If this is true, then our country is in a lot of trouble.
We would have these trips, these special trips.
But he said my daddy takes the bodies to the grocery store and he grinds them up and puts it in the hamburger. And nobody ever knows it.
How can kids 6, 8, 10 years old be describing rituals that come from a book like the Book of the Dead? It's hard to get your mind around people being capable of this kind of evil.
This is Dan Bidondi of TruthRadioShow.com. I am honored to offer my listeners a 1-month free subscription to nystv.org. Subscribers will have access to thousands of NYC TV videos from spiritual warfare to biblical and occultic topics, banned from YouTube videos, and much more. Subscribe today on nystv.org and use the promo code DANTheMan and receive your first month free. If you're receiving this transmission, you are the resistance, declaring war on the New World Order. TruthRadioShow.com. And welcome everybody to Spiritual Warfare Friday, and we are live, guys. So we're live on Rumble and YouTube. So want to welcome everybody to the show, and thank you, Valerie and Uncle Obvious, for moderating the chat. And we'll have Harold McCain. He likes to post tons of biblical verses in the chat room that's on YouTube, and the chat room also on Rumble. Thank you guys for joining us too. So I'm your host Dan Bidondi, and your co-host here, Brian, Reece, and we got a special guest here today, Scott Carpenter. But before we get to Scott, let's go through some credits here from our awesome sponsors and all that. So the show tonight is brought to you by Josh Watts Leather. It's wattsleather.com, so check them out. All the links, guys, are in the description, so wattsleather.com, where your custom leather project becomes a reality. And I want to thank shakeandwakeradio.com for carrying this awesome show on the awesome network, and also beforesnews.com, that I'm a contributor writer for them too, and they also carry my show on that network as well. Speaking of shakeandwakeradio.com, tomorrow is the anniversary date, the memorial date of Rick Champagne. He's the founder of shakeandwakeradio.com, and that's his lovely wife, Annie. So Annie Olivillo, which is his wife there, and he passed away in 2017 tomorrow. So we'll do a special tribute for him tonight to say we miss you, Rick, and may the Lord keep you, plain and simple. And we love you, Annie, and thank you guys for starting that network, and it's a blessing. ShakeAwakeRadio.com carries my show, Brian's show, John Hall, John Pounders, David Carrico, all the Midnight Ride stuff, and all this stuff on ICTV, and many more stuff. Trey Harris as well. All kinds of awesome shows on ShakeAwakeRadio.com. It's an audio version, so check them out. So anyway, guys, let's get into this stuff. And so the title of tonight's broadcast is Bigfoot, Cryptic Creatures, and the Nephilim Among Us. So regardless of what your beliefs are, guys, there's real sightings on this stuff. There's real reports, and it's not just wackos on some YouTube channel or History Channel, whatever. These are real things. And if you believe in the Bible, I'm going to tell you right out, if you claim to believe in the Bible, you have to believe in this stuff, because the Bible pretty much, and not pretty much, and definitely tells us that this stuff is real, not just was, but still is real. It's part of the Nephilim and all that stuff. So before we get any further, let's do an introduction here. Scott Carpenter, he's our guest tonight. So Scott, take it away, man. Give us an introduction of yourself, how you got into this research and all that, and all that good stuff.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here and be on the show.
Yeah, thank you.
I got involved in Bigfoot research, and because I hate that term, but that's what you get labeled.
Yeah.
Around 2008 and 9, and it started with a experience I had on a lake, and I was fishing, and I was being silly and made some whoops that I'd seen on a YouTube video, and something worked its way very loud and came crashing through the woods to the edge of the water, and was going back and forth in the shadows, and I never did actually see it, but it was freaking me out, and I couldn't believe that I actually got a reaction, and some large creature had come to find me, and it walked back up into the woods after figuring out I was on a boat in the water, and from there I kind of got the bug. I needed to figure out what that was, and so the next week I went into that area and started looking around, and took a video camera with me and was just knocking around trying to find things, and it kind of got the bug. And then, like, the second time I went, I had an experience with infrasound and a lot of missing time, and I caught one briefly as I was checking the area out, and that's kind of how it started. And I just kind of self-taught, and I was just trying to figure out what was going on more than anything. And God just kind of brought me into it, and He protected me, because it wasn't until many years into the research I came to the conclusion of what the Sasquatch really was, and what was going on. But and I could see God's hand the whole step of the way. It's like, sometimes you, as the Bible says, first we got to do milk before we can do meat. And I just, it's obvious I wasn't ready for all the whole truth. And so through the research, at first I thought it was a bipedal ape, and then after more experiences and things going on, that it's smarter. And then I had some eye to eye sightings, and obviously it was some sort of humanoid. And then started having paranormal stuff going on. Then the orbs showed up, the dogmen showed up, and then these things made their way to my house. And then I started having even more things start, from spirits and doing stuff inside the house, whatever you want to call them. They're not ghosts, they're, spirit, they're demons, but there were demonic activity in and around the house. And I started having orbs, and it's like, it was just kind of like a crescendo of things started happening. And I just started developing, as I went through this. So, kind of going from bipedal ape to, I was involved in the DNA study with Melba Ketchum and David Pilates and that group. Got samples, and the testing showed that it was a human mitochondrial DNA, which comes from the female, was human. The male was, of course, it was fallen angel in my whole opinion, but it was unknown. They still haven't had a match for it, and it was very strange DNA, and single strand, double strand, single strand. Melba even said, Dr. Ketchum even said, it definitely looks like it's been manipulated. There's, and there are sequences that basically, when the scientists would look at this nuclear DNA, they're like, this organism can't be alive. This shouldn't gestate in it, but yet we have the DNA, so obviously it's alive. But that was a real sticky point for them. So, all that kind of accumulated into, and then I started researching. Okay, what are these guys? And then that's when I looked, Rob Skiba and L.A. Marzulli and some of the others that were into the Nephilims and the giants, and then that it all started to fall into place what I was dealing with. And then really what really convinced me that these things were spiritual in nature and they were some sort of Nephilim descendant is they had continued to come around my house. I was starting to have way too much activity, slapping the side of the house. Like I said, I was having all kinds of demonic activity on the inside of the house. I won't get into we can get into the details later, but it was bad. And I've got to get rid of this. I don't want this anymore. I'm done with this. I know what these things are, and reading the Bible, and pretty much you're warned to stay away from this, stay out of this. And I was, they were harassing my neighbors, and my neighbors didn't know what they were. And I'm very, I'm getting to the point where someone's going to get hurt, something's going to happen. And so did a little research, and then I came upon, well, I need to rebuke them. And I literally went to, and I had read a couple articles about people on the ghost hunting side, those people that got into, quote, ghost hunting, which, demon chasing, whatever you want to call it, and how they and I actually had, really how I got onto that was I had a ghost hunter lady in town. They had gone to a remote graveyard and had a Sasquatch sighting. They had a Sasquatch come out, literally like surprise them and stand up at the edge of the woods and scream at them and scared them all to death. So she contacts me, she sees my channel, and she wants to learn about the Sasquatch thing. And as we're kind of sharing notes, and I took her around and showed her some, what's going on with the research, but it's like she would, everything, all these spiritual principles, all these laws, these things that happen to them are happening to me. Like if you go seek them out, then that they can do an attachment, and that's a tacit. It's it's a permit that you give them permission to follow you home and seek you out. The same thing with Sasquatch. If you earnestly want to have an experience with these beings and you seek them out, you're giving them permission to seek you out and to return the favor. And it's a one-way street. Once you set the permission off, God's laws and everything is extremely legal construct, and every jot and tittle. So they know they know the law, and so they know once they regardless of whether you're a Christian or non-Christian, once you've done that, then you've given them permission, and you can kind of they can circumvent some protections that you would otherwise have. And that's the problem I had. So what I did is I went to the four corners of my property, and in the name of the Lord, I rebuked them and forbid them to come, to mess with me, come on my property. And immediately it stopped. Immediately. That was it. All of it stopped. And then I had another good friend that lives in Alaska. He's a Native American. He's spiritual, but he's not a Christian. But he has a Christian friend. And we were talking, and he said they had an instance where they were together, and they had three Sasquatch. They had basically been encircled, and the Sasquatch were literally they had Adam's surrounding them were coming at them. And, they figured this is it. They were coming with ill intent. And the guy that was a Christian prayed and said, in the name of the Lord, I rebuke you. Jesus, just real quick, Jesus, help us. And while he had his head bowed, the Native American guy said there was a loud clap like thunder, bright lights, and all three of them disappeared in flashing bright lights. And so after that, I'm like, that was like that was it. God's telling me these are spiritually based beings. And they may be flesh, but there's also a spiritual component, and they obey the spiritual laws. And that's what put it on for me.
I want to elaborate on that quick if you want to back that up with the Bible real quick, which I forgot to do in the beginning here. So it will go through the scriptures real quick. Genesis chapter 6. It says, and it came to pass when men began to multiply in the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, and the sons of God, which are the fallen angels, saw the daughters of men that were fair, and took them as wives which they chose. And the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, that he also is flesh, and yet his days shall be limited to 120 years. And there were giants in the key text here of today's show. There were giants on the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came into the daughters of man, and impregnated them, and they brought children unto them, and the same became mighty men, which were men of old renown. So it's not just limited to giants. It's all kinds of men of renown with super abilities and all that. Then the Nephilim themselves, which were the children, they intermingled with women as well in themselves, and the offspring was just insane. The Bible later on says all flesh was corrupt, even the animals. So they were doing this unforeseeable things with animals too. So anyway, and so that's why God had to destroy the earth. But also Matthew 24, 37 through 39, Jesus says himself, and this is key text, and a lot of churches overlook this stuff, and that's why today people frown, well, you guys are ridiculous. Even people in the Christian churches think this stuff is ridiculous, but they fail to recognize what the days of Noah were like. Churches don't teach that. Oh, it's just corruption. What kind of corruption? It was... and we can't mention too much because of YouTube, but yeah, there was genetic corruption, and all flesh was corrupt. Animals, birds, anything they could lay their hands on, literally, they corrupted it, and all genetics and everything. So Jesus says, but as the days of Noah, so shall be also the coming of the Son of Man be. So he says, before my return, this is going to be like this again. And it goes on to say, for in those days they were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until the day Noah entered the ark, and they knew not till the flood came and took them away. So shall also be the coming of the Son of Man. So he's saying there's going to be just like the days of Noah, and you were seeing that now with the grid and singular technology as well, and a lot of these sightings of these Nephilim and Bigfoots and everything else, if you will. These are creatures that, because the Bible says they were before and after the flood. So obviously they still exist today, but not as plentiful as they did before the flood. But we're seeing everything that the days of Noah were like is happening now. So the Bible also says there's nothing new under the sun. So if you think this grid and singular technology and clone and all that is all new science, no, this is H&O technology. A lot of people don't realize that. So we are living in those days as the days of Noah, right before the coming of our Lord and Savior. So sorry to cut you off, Scott. I just wanted to jump in there with that.
I eventually get around there when you ask me where I think they come from. Yeah. That lays a good foundation. Yeah. I was just wanting to make the point that, it's common sense that, if you're in danger from a natural wild animal, a bear or, a mountain lion, a hog, rebuking it and calling on the name of the Lord is not going to stop it. God may choose to perform a miracle and protect you, but most of the time you're going to get the bear's going to eat you, or the mountain lion's going to kill you, whatever. But with a creature like the Sasquatch, or I've heard this used with Dogman and other of these quote cryptids that I think are Nephilim and some sort of hybrid beings, the spiritual laws work. And if Sasquatch wanted to pop my head off, if everything being equal, he could do it anytime he wanted to. So that was my thing. So, obviously there's a spiritual component, because the rebuking stomps them, and they can't. They literally flee from it. Just just as a demon would. Just as Jesus used, cast out demons and that sort of thing. And it's the same. In my opinion, it's the same thing. These things have to abide by those spiritual laws.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're bound by spiritual laws, which If they weren't Nephilim, they would not be bound by spiritual laws.
Absolutely. Scott, I hate to interrupt you. I was just going to ask you a couple questions.
Yeah.
So when you first seen this sighting, right? So when you first seen this encounter, did you ever look around and see if there's anything? Was there a military base close by? Is there any? You was talking about the lady that contacted you from your YouTube channel, went to a graveyard and the cemetery narrative. Was there Indian mounds? Do you know anything about the area before the graveyard of the I guess the cemetery of humans? But was there anything? Do you know anything about the land?
Well, the land is Tellico Lake, and it's right near the Cherokee Indian nation of Chota.
Oh,
and
okay.
So there's a major influence there with.
Wow. Okay, I know where you're at now. Hmm.
Yeah, and then the Smoky Mountains. There's I've found there's like rock walls, and there's some rock stacks that that the Park Service says, well, the farmers stack those rocks up like that, but they're intricate, and I found one that aligns with the summer solstice perfectly.
Mm.
So I don't think farmers clearing fieldstone would do four stone columns with the two in the middle lining up with the summer solstice.
Absolutely.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they had more to worry about than doing that. So there are caves, there's plenty of mounds all throughout East Tennessee. And then, like I said, the whole area, it was at one time, Cherokee metropolis. There was 50, 60,000, I think, in the 1700s when they came across. They came across to do a survey, and there were 50,000 males. So so at least 150,000, probably more like 300,000 Native Americans in more like a metropolis. Just village after village up and down the Tellico and in the Tennessee Valley.
Is there any? Was there any excavations on those mounds that you're referring to? Did they ever do partial or?
Yeah, some of them. I mean, there's some in Cade's Cove, you know what I'm talking about, and they won't.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't touch them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're there. I mean, it's obvious. They call them Indian mounds.
Did they have any reports though of it? Do they have any reports of what they extracted?
No, they just there's like every time they do any road work around here, they run into an Indian village. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have generation, 100, I don't know how many generations, 50, 60 generations of Cherokee, and so, but that they'll have the occasional spearhead or something that's oversized or way too big, and then it's immediately called ceremonial. Mm. I saw a couple of axe heads that were way too big. They swung by. What I'm saying? These things are huge. So, but nothing like in some other areas, but I mean, there was enough sign here that it was obvious. I mean,
wow.
That and the Native American component, I think.
Absolutely. We down my way, arrowheads as big as the palm of your hand, and even in this area, there wasn't really much buffalo where I'm at. No, there was mountain lions, 80 years ago, but they're coming back. Actually, they've been extinct for 70, 80 years. They're coming back. I know there's bear, but not enough. I've seen some arrowheads literally bigger than my whole hand, massive. And I'm always thinking, look at the data that I've seen. Look at all the Indian mounds that extracted huge bodies, 12 to 15 foot. Like what your research is into Bigfoots and stuff, and like we was talking about before we did the broadcast. I think there's a correlation. I think there's some comparison here. That there's like we was talking about the Nephilim, the Raphaim. Dan did the Genesis, read the Genesis 6 verse 4. I think there's a huge comparison to what we're looking at here, especially where you live and all down this east side of Americas. It's inundated with a ton of Sasquatch activity, missing people. I mean, we can talk about all that, but I just want to chime in. It's insane amount of data. It's insane amount of data. So,
oh yeah, if you ask me where what the Sasquatch are, they're a Nephilim. They're a Nephilim descendant. They somewhere down the way, whether they were an original, offshoot of one of these different tribes. I mean, because basically, it's a hodgepodge of stuff. It's hard to say that there's just no fast and hard rules, and it's just a menagerie of all kinds of different, Sasquatch and different creatures. But they all have their roots in the original, the original Nephilim, and it starts from there. And then you just have, age upon age of interbreeding, crossbreeding, and genetic manipulation. And within the Sasquatch, just like within the human population, we have, there's different features. There's different skin colors. There's different sizes. There's different demeanors. I mean, there are peoples. I mean, they are. I mean, they're part human, and so they have developed a culture. They have a language. They have a social structure. They have the whole thing. It's just they have chosen in this modern time, for whatever reason, we can discuss those later in the show, to keep themselves hidden or to suppress their exposure. And right now they're just laying low. Now, who enforces that? God, other fallen angels. I don't know who enforces the rules. They have a rule set and they follow it strictly. And that's always been my question: is God enforcing it, or is Satan enforcing it? Is he not ready to spring it on them, or is God right now don't want this to be out in the open? I don't know yet. It's hard to tell. I'm leaning towards Satan, and that side is wanting to keep it on the down low for now. And I think then later towards when we get into the serious end times, I think that's when all this is going, because the Bible says they will be coming up on the earth. So I think in the wild creatures of the field terrorize human beings, and I'm man, what was it says, man will faint for what's coming up on the earth. So Sasquatch is one of those creatures that make people faint.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, one thing too, Scott, I know you've talked about in your research in the past, like the smells of the certain creatures. I've come across some excavation data around my area where they's excavating literally a giant man in a mound. And I talked about this when me and Dan done a show back last year. I talked about, they literally said that they felt their spirit, whatever entity was in the mound, they felt their spirit leaving their body, like the being inside the mound. They knew it was a giant man, but they felt like their soul was being extracted from their body, and it freaked everybody out. This is in the early 1900s. So I kept thinking about, like you saying, DNA, nuclear DNA is a thing. I know you've talked about that. And I think on your show, there's a lot. I kept thinking about radiation, gamma, EMF readings. If you go to certain cemeteries and stuff, electromagnetic field. I was just wondering if they was getting radiation poisoning or something, because they started having symptoms of like vomiting, nausea, and all that stuff. Couldn't see, their cognitive mindset was all fried. They were just in bad shape, right? So they couldn't. There's no coherent. They're not coherent for a while, and they ended up getting sick and all kinds of stuff. But my point is I kept thinking about that. What is that? And then when you look at the Bigfoot deal and you're thinking, man, because I've heard a ton of stuff that, people get like frightened, sick, freeze up, they get in a state of like, don't know where they are. They're non-coherent. They can't tell where they're at, so what's your take on that? Because it might be the one the same. I mean, this bones could be radiating some kind of sick, it can make people start getting ill, I don't know. So,
well, the Sasquatch, and that was part of my research in my book. I kind of lay it out. The Sasquatch themselves have angel-like abilities or angelic abilities, and I kind of go through the Bible and show you, okay, that we don't have a lot, but we have a few instances where the angels interact with human beings, like the fear thing with the Roman soldiers. Literally, the Roman soldiers fell down as if they were dead. Well, the Sasquatch can do the same thing, or a similar thing, and the Sasquatch, they just have the knowledge. It's technology, okay? It's not woo and supernatural. It's just technology. God has technology. God has tech. I don't know how else to say it. I don't want to be sacrilegious, but God has His own technology that He uses, and so the angels are aware of this technology and how to manipulate it, how to use it, and the Sasquatch, or any of the Nephilim, through the fact that it's hereditary, it's through the genome, it's passed down that way. they have access to some of these abilities and the knowledge. And so, they have knowledge and they have ability. They can manipulate the ether and those things in the air that we can't. And so they have this ability. They can use infrasound. They can, they have the ability to do the mind speak thing, or to push thoughts into your head, to manipulate you that way. So a lot of these things that they do, whether it's causing people to faint, the flight or fight, that's definitely probably infrasound. And they have the ability to produce it and use it. And as far as the other tech goes, it's very possible. I mean, people, if you jump over the UFO thing, there's some people in the presence of some of these demonic spirits that have, like you said, radiation problems or burns or get very, very sick. Or when this technology is used on us, it can cause cancer. I mean, there was a lady that I know in California who died of brain cancer, and she swore up and down, the Sasquatch, like she didn't want to mind speaking, but they forced and impressed, on her lots of times. And she'd have to, pray for, God to help her, but they were just bombarding her constantly with this infrasound and this, this spiritual warfare. I mean, this actual spiritual warfare stuff. And she ended up getting brain cancer, and she swore that's where it came from. It's just, we're not designed to operate in that realm.
Absolutely.
We're not spiritual beings. And these Sasquatch and these other things, they're hybrids. They're half and half. And so, they do have the ability to know about this technology and use it on us. And I think that's where some of this could come from. Now, and as far as them getting sick, I mean, when a Nephilim dies, their spirit, they become a demon. Their spirit is cursed to roam the earth. There's nothing, and they can interfere with human beings when allowed to. And so, some of this sickness could be this demonic, oppression because someone is disturbing a site, and the demons are in or around that site, and then begin to exert some sort of force against on people.
Yeah, that's like you mentioned telepathic, right? You was talking about telepathic narrative. They can read your mind and put stuff in your head and all this. And I was thinking about it too. That's a military application, right? They have voice to skull technology. Is that a refabricated technology that they might have taken from these beings? And also a cloaking. We haven't really talked about that much, but cloaking in the woods and stuff. There's cloaking, invisibility, cloaking applications to military clothing. I remember seeing a video several years ago that it looked legit. I've seen many, many, many things that they have this invisibility cloaking. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, is it their hair follicles? Is it something that could, it could just be camouflage, so to speak, a chameleon kind of narrative, and then you was talking about orbs, right? So you have an orb narrative. There's a lot of orbs in some of the parts of my county where I live, and then you think about that. Is the orbs? Is that before they take a manifestation on like a Bigfoot or a giant or et cetera, a dogman or a gray? Do they float around in an orb? That's just kind of my take. But what's your take on that, Scott?
Well, let's start with the orbs and work our way back. I think there's more than one type of orb. I've heard reports of. I've had them actually. I'll tell you about my orb experience here in just a second, but. There's been the orbs. Like I have a good friend that researches in California, and he witnessed Sasquatch walking through the woods, and they had like softball size orbs circling their heads. Almost, he said, it was like a ball of energy type thing, that almost like the Sasquatch were controlling and just manipulating. Then you have the orbs, like you say. We live in what, 4 dimensions, and there's at least 10, and most likely angelic beings, God's realm, they're probably 10 dimensions. So it's like the old 2 dimensions, like the stick. I don't know if you've seen that illustration where you take a 2-dimensional character, and if we stick our finger through his world, our finger looks like starts off as a small circle, gets big as it goes through. And so sometimes I wonder if this orbs are fallen angels, or or just angels or demons, or entities from God's realm, manifesting in our realm, and we only have the ability with our eyes to see just 4 of their 10 dimensions. So what we see is a round ball. They may be, if we had the eyes to see, we might be able to see, a full-born, some sort of manifestation, some sort of entity, but we can't see that. That's another thing. And then, what's weird is there's also these invisible, what I call invisible orbs. Basically, like, people will have a feeling, or they'll take a picture, and then you'll see, once the picture's taken, you can see the orb. And I'm not talking about those little dots floating around. I'm talking about large basketball size, fully formed orbs. Like, I was sitting on my back porch. This is probably, it was before I rebuked, and I was just sitting there, and it was getting dark, but it wasn't totally dark. I had motion sensor lights, and they went off, and I thought, that's weird. There's nothing there, and it's not even dark. And then I had the feeling of a presence, like, you get the feeling when someone walks up behind you, but you haven't turned around yet. Well, that's the feeling I had, and I kind of looked around. There was nothing, and just, I was experienced enough to know something going on. So I got my iPhone out, and I did a 360 all the way around me. And while I was doing the 360, I actually caught these. They were probably just like volleyball-sized orbs, white, but they had like streaking. There's a streak a lot behind them. Like a conduit. And there were, the first 2 pictures caught a single one going different direction, and the last picture caught 3 different ones crossing paths. So a lot of people said, "Oh, that's this lens flare. You moving the camera." Well, the problem was on the third one, there was 3 of them going 3 different directions. And so I had a expert, a friend of mine that did photography for a living, and I'd sent the pictures to him, and he looked at them, and he said, "Well, he said, I want to tell you, it's not a lens flare." He said, "I know what it is. You have some sort of physical manifestation on your camera, and it's not a lens flare." And he said, he pointed out the very last one, you can't have lens flare going 3 different directions, because it's always whichever way you're moving it, you get the streak a lot behind it. And so, but I never saw them, but they, they weren't manifesting where I could actually see them.
Wow.
So, yeah. So I think the orbs, like many things in this area, have multiple. They're more than one thing. Let me say that. I think they're more than one thing. And one other thing is they could actually be technology.
Absolutely. Like a drone, like a
high-end tech drone where whatever it is able to manipulate energy and create a orb, that has a purpose, whether it's checking in on us or transporting something, who knows? But I think that, with the Skinwalker Ranch, they saw those orbs, and those orbs actually killed animals. They killed the dogs. There was an instance where these orbs, basically just liquefied the animals. And
see, that kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you've seen this recently, like a few weeks ago, Russia, they claimed to have taken down a UFO, right? So, and they said they described it as a sphere and a solid object. And I kept thinking in my mind, like what you're talking about tonight, and in my mind too, I'm thinking, how in the world, with this type of, angelic technology, Nephilim technology, how in the world could they have taken down? And when they're, they said, don't calm down, don't panic. They're telling the public and all this stuff. And is it a hoax? Is it whatever it is? But it's kind of interesting. Not to try to change gears, but it's kind of interesting, the whole UFO phenomenon and the Kiev and all that. And they say there's these crafts over them helping them and all this, et cetera, all this stuff. It just boggles my mind, especially when you look at all these FBI files, et cetera, and they talk about irradiating energy that that if you throw anything at them, any kind of object, a physical object, like we was talking about before the show started, he's talking about, Bigfoot, point blank, you can't penetrate them with a ammo or anything, and they just get up and walk away, right? So it's kind of interesting, same narrative with these orbs. And I'm just not, some of these narratives that they're putting on the news, it's not really, it's not registering with my mind, especially what you're referring to tonight, Scott. And there's it's the spiritual applications. What you're like this whole the last 30 minutes you've been talking about spiritual things, and it blows my mind that mankind can't get out of their head that it's they're like, oh yeah, physically. Well, yeah, there's a manifestation, but like what you're saying, there's a spiritual application also, and that's there's a different dimensional application, and interdimensional. So yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm a realm guy. Some people are dimensions, and I'm more of a. This is my personal opinion. I'm more of a. Basically, there's two realms. There's God's realm, where He lives and the angels live, and that's the real world. Okay, we live in the created world. We live in a matrix. We live in an artificial construct that God put together using atoms or whatever you want to call it. We're made of bits. Chuck Missler said that you want. One scientist got, we're trying to keep splitting the atom. Well, and they got down to a certain size and the particle lost locality. And he said that means we're in a very sophisticated matrix or, system that has an operating system and rules that God is in control of and keeps together. But at the end of the day, that's the way that's kind of how I look at it. And so the angels and the spiritual beings live in this realm. We live in this realm. Now, there could be a whole string of, multi dimensions or whatever, but, for my little pea brain, I see that. I do better, I do. The multiverse and all that, that's great, but I'm living in, is it a spiritual being? And it's, and then, we're a physical being, and, what keeps us anchored here, what keeps our soul here is the fact that we're in this physical form. And we return as soon as this stops breathing, we return to the source, which is God.
Yep.
It's almost like we're plugged in. If you look at the Matrix movie, it has a lot of spiritual, applications. That's what we are. We're we're plugged into God. And that's what when salvation comes, that's God reconnects that. You know what I'm saying? That's getting reconnected. We're reborn. And he's reconnecting with us. Just the way I. Well,
the two realms, I agree. And then, interdimensional to me would be, I think like portals, gates, and I think about other lands that they've not told us about. That's kind of where I'm at with that, where they can go from place to place and, stargates, etc. That's kind of where I'm at with the interdimensional phase of it. But then I agree, realm, you're talking about, above the firmament, the angels and where God resides, and we're here on the earthly plane of existence.
We just can't see that. I really do think we're not in the real world. We say, in the real world. No, we're not. God's world is the real world.
Yeah,
and that's where we're going. I mean, we're spiritual beings. In the end, we're spiritual beings, and when it's all said and done, we're going to spend eternity with the Lord in that state. And whatever He has in store for us. But and I agree. I've been doing research on the portals.
Mm-hmm.
And I just really haven't had time to deep dive, but I've been watching some podcasts from a lady that was she was SRA.
Wow.
And actually she lives in my town. And I said, if you really want to get freaked out, be watching a podcast and you think these people are somewhere else and it's good. And then walk into a restaurant and the person that's been on this podcast is sitting there eating. It's like, oh my goodness, it's like, you want to go up and say something, but I'm like, no, don't do it. Just leave her alone. She's with her family, but it's like I recognized her, and she's literally lives in my town. With that being said, she was she grew up in a family where it was satanic ritual abuse. They immediately got her into the witchcraft. She said, as a child, they taught the children how to sing the songs. And its frequencies and how to open the portals. And she said basically they've got it. She said God, when He created this realm and the earth, the dome, and everything over it, she said He created portals, and you have two types of portals. You got transportation portals that go from place to place, parallel, and then you have portals that go into the throne room. And she said, now angels are guarding those portals in the throne room, and you don't get in those portals unless they allow you, and God wants you to come up.
That's also confirmed in the book of Enoch too.
Yeah, and so basically they were teaching these girls how to open these portals up, and then for nefarious reasons, for assassination, The military wants to use them to eavesdrop, and they were. And she got in trouble because she got mad, and they were trying to assassinate someone. She did something wrong, and it fried a bunch of people through these portals. And so, and her podcast is about her journey out of that and becoming a Christian, and now trying to wake everybody up. This is what's going on. So, and I can't 100%, I haven't vetted, I can't 100%, but based on anecdotal other evidence I've seen, I definitely think she's in the ballpark. And so, but the problem with these portals are they're toxic for me, and I think they really are. Human beings get in these
Absolutely.
things. You have Steve Ishtal, a friend of mine. They had a scientist get grabbed by a Sasquatch and taken into the portal system, and he's having all kinds of cancer problems. And how they know, basically he got grabbed, got into the portal system. When he came out of the portal system, he lives in Netherlands. When you go to different countries, your phones will give you an alert and say, hey, welcome to Scotland. Hey, welcome to England. His phone had 121 of those. So in a matter of minutes, his phone went around basically through the system. And he got 120 notifications going to different countries, from the United States to Australia, back in the Netherlands. So him and his phone were definitely making some travels.
And that's the go. Yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
That is a, but it was toxic to him. He almost, very soon after that, he has developed and is battling cancer. But, that technology, the thing about it is, I think that's one reason. There were multiple reasons why the fallen angels wanted to create, a hybrid race. Some of the main reasons were they wanted to have children. God said, no, you can't. Well, we're going to do it anyway. Of course, God, the reason God didn't want them to do it is they're creating a being that can't be redeemed, because doesn't have a God-breathed soul in it. And so, that to me was the big sin. But there was other side things, like, if you're wanting a creature that can take, basically, Satan's trying to be he's a copycat, right? And God, said, you're the king of this world for now. But he forces Satan to abide by the rules. But Satan wanted to remake the world in his image, right? Well, some of the angels were forbidden to do some things that only humans could do. But if you have a hybrid being that's part angel, part human, then your hybrid being can access those things that humans can do. And I think that's a lot of it as well. So, we were given dominion over the earth, not the angels. Even the fallen ones still don't have dominion. Well, how do you get dominion? If you have a hybrid being, technically, is he human enough to have some of those to take dominion here on earth? So, you have that argument that there's multiple layers to why they created it. It was to corrupt the genome to keep Jesus. If you corrupt the genome, then Jesus can't be born, because you don't have you're trying to interrupt that line, because God already said, I'm going to bruise, he announced the spiritual war in Genesis. It's a seed war. This is a seed war. This is a seed war. It's a genetic war.
That's what I always tell people. That was Satan's attempt, because he knew from the Garden of Eden of the coming of the Messiah. So from that point, that was an attempt to cut off that bloodline, so that can never happen.
That's right, because he already said, you'll bruise his heel and I will bruise your head. Obviously, that's a mortal wound. And so he knew through the man's seed, Adam's seed, his genetics, his family would come the Savior. Well, if you corrupt that, you corrupt his bloodline, corrupt his genetics, where he's no longer human, then God can incarnate it. Because I told you before, Satan's a counterfeiter, right? Well, how did God when he incarnated, how did he incarnate? He took a human woman, Mary, and he inseminated her with his, right? She's a hybrid. She's God-man, God fully, right? Well, what did Satan do? He tried to mimic that, right? So the fallen angels took human women and they tried to inseminate with their spirit. And that's what that's exactly, and that's where the problem lies. Because when God did that, he was the perfect man. He was the second Adam.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
But Satan's trying to he's a counterfeiter, and he was actually trying to counterfeit, knowing what was going to happen. He was trying to counterfeit that. That's my opinion. I mean,
I want to take a second here. So in the chat room, I had a little poll going on the YouTube. So it says the poll is: do you believe Bigfoots and other creatures alike exist? And the answers I put yes, no. Brian seen like a hair on a biscuit, or Jason smashing the heater. So 88% people said, 89% people said that yes, they believe that Bigfoots and other creatures like do exist. So, and like I said earlier, if you believe in the Bible, yeah, you got to, even if you've never seen one before, you got to believe they exist because the Bible makes that affirm. So I found, I was like, when they were talking, I came across this Bigfoot here. So looks like Brian a little bit, I think. I don't know, man. And a Bigfoot creature with Brian's face on it. It's kind of weird. So it's it was from the Milk Industries company. The milk company
from Kentucky.
Kentucky Milk Industry. Yeah.
Kentucky sighting.
Yeah. Little joke there. So yeah.
Hey, you might be. You better be careful. They might put that up on a milkman. A milkman logo. Oh, dang.
Sasquatch Milk Company.
Yeah. Of course you had to go there. Yeah. I didn't think he was going to share it, man. You sent it to me. I appreciate you, Dan.
Yeah, we love you, Brian. I forgot to mention, guys, my brother Jason. He's here in the studio. So later on, like after Scott gets done and everything, I'll see he wants to, we're going to talk about sightings that we've seen personally, because we used to be ghost hunters, unfortunately, and I mean, we used to do all that stuff. We actually had a non-profit organization, a legit company, ghost hunting, and but we end up finding out the hard way that these are not souls from people. These are demons or unclean spirits or familiar spirits, what the Bible calls it. And so, yeah, we learned by experience, but the stuff we've seen, and we believe we've seen something like a Bigfoot or a Bigfoot, we don't know. But on several occasions, we come across this stuff, man, and I tell you, wow, yeah. So, let Brian have his time. I'm sorry, Scott have his time here, because I know he's limited on time and all that. So we'll get to that later on. But, yeah, and I forgot we're supposed to start off with a prayer, man. I have a bad habit doing that. We always end up with, end the show with a prayer, but I always want to start a trend of starting off with a prayer. So it's never too late. So, Brian, you want to break out a prayer quick? I apologize, guys. I should have done that at the beginning of the show.
You want me to pray real quick? Is that what you're saying?
Just because, this is vital information, and this is real truth that the spiritual discernment people need to use for, and it's a, touchy subject for some people, and whatever the case. But go for it, man.
Yeah, I'll pray. Yeah, dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this evening. Thank you for Brother Scott coming on here, and it's an honor for him to be on the show tonight. Thank you for allowing this to happen. Thank you for the fellowship and the information here tonight. And I pray, Lord, that you just guide us and direct us in the truth, and just give us strength at the Word of God. Thank you for your Son Jesus. Bless everybody in the chat, and just pray for a good evening, and let's pray for a good weekend coming up. And thank you for everything that you do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. So sorry, Scott. I just had
You're fine.
And if you need a break anytime, I know you guys. If you're gonna get to the bathroom, we'll get something to drink.
Yeah, right now I'm doing good. So.
Oh, nice.
I've been drinking green tea, so we'll see. I'm doing that. I'm going way. I'm on the low carb. I've been on the low carb diet and lost a bunch of weight. And I'm trying to do, just green tea and do the natural things and trying to stay healthy.
That's awesome.
But back to the Sasquatch, and it's a difficult subject for a lot of people, especially those that have sightings, because it's and I run into this a lot of time on the spiritual side, because they're seeing a monster that's not supposed to exist, and then then they wonder why, and they there's a lot of PTSD that accompanies that, because it's so far out of their it's just too much all at once. The cognitive distance sets in, and then they begin to question everything. And in fact, and tie this back on the spiritual, a lot of Christians begin to actually question God because, they've been in these mainline churches that teach nothing about the Nephilim, nothing about any, spiritual things. God's a spiritual being, and these sort of spiritual things are going on around us all the time. Jesus walked on water, floating accents, talking donkeys. The sky opening up and Jesus going up in it. But for some reason they think, well, that's stopped now, and no, it hasn't. So they don't have that, and so when they see one of these beings, it just really Satan can really use it to cause havoc with a Christian, and that's one of my goals with the Sasquatch Awareness Project is try to get, for those who are open spiritually, to give people the spiritual explanation, but even those who are not spiritual, at least give them, the comfort to know that these beings are real, they do exist, you didn't imagine it, and they've been here for a long time, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of want to get a real quick plug into what I'm doing now, and kind of tie this into the people, innocent people out there that come across these things and have to deal with the aftermath. It can be quite it can disturb their, it can really disturb them and the whole family life and their life period.
Interesting, Scott. That's kind of interesting about the portal thing that you mentioned a while ago with that gentleman's phone that was pegging off a bunch of different places.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the portal thing. I think it's and see, I've always said that that's what NASA is doing. They're monitoring these gates and these systems. It's either an antediluvian, system, and they're accessing these old ley line narrative or whatever it is. But there has to be, something there that needs to be looked into and checked in. And I think, when they're doing the whole, the whatever type of shuttle, they had the little life bags. They call them the little life bags they're always carrying. I've heard different things. I've heard a lot of the different space program and stuff, and I've heard you was talking about hybridization program and all that different things and different applications. And I've heard that they put the helmets on like beings, like you talk about abductions, that they can actually, somehow retain their memory. Like that gentleman you was talking about. If he had this certain type of special equipment helmet, you could retain your memory. But for some reason, it's just I've heard all kinds of weird, phenomenal stuff that comes out of the alien abduction. So it kind of reminds me of you mentioned radiation burns. The what was it last year? They mentioned the 1,500-page report with the women getting impregnated and didn't even know it. All these different things. So it reminds me of that. Yeah. So
that's the part of that. I think there's still a hybridization program going on that Satan and the lieutenants are obviously pushing forward. And a lot of people say, well, what end? And it looks like they're trying to create a hybrid that looks perfectly human. It's a replacement. It's not, it's not a Sasquatch, or it's not half and half. They want a counterfeit of a human being. So they want their Nephilim beings to look just like us. And Satan's criminally insane, and so he thinks, he still thinks he can win. Now, that's the problem. He's, if he wasn't criminally insane, logically he'd know he was doomed and wrong, and his efforts will be futile. But still, and I think with building this Nephilim army, he's trying to equal the odds, because he got 1/3, right? God got 2/3. So he's got to, he's got to, one of his issues for those final battles is he doesn't have enough soldiers, and so one way to get more is to create your hybrid beings. That's just one of my takes on why in the world has he got this program going on and trying to create these hybrid beings. And when you look at the Sasquatch, they're perfectly suited for the fallen world. Now our bodies are meant for the pre-diluvian. And we actually need a higher oxygen content and other things to make our bodies work as they were naturally intended, heal themselves very quickly. You wouldn't have a car, you just run, running where you want to go. that sort of thing. We're no longer, this cursed environment. We suffer. We're suffering. You know what I'm saying? Our bodies, what God put us in here, our shells are not made for this. But when you start looking at some of these cryptid beings, like the Sasquatch, he's perfect for this environment. With the ability, he's, 7 to 8 foot tall, covered in hair. He has, he can eat anything a billy goat eats. He can navigate to the terrain. He's got the arms tend to be a little bit longer than normal. He can run on and move on all fours just as fast as he can on 2 legs. And, the lower legs a little shorter. The broad, the bodybuilder type physique, and the extra heavy skeleton. He's perfect for this environment. Mm-hmm. He can run 50 miles an hour. He can navigate this environment, which we have trouble with.
That's I'm sorry. That's like the Kandahar giant narrative you mentioned earlier. We talked about. I literally do think when that thing happened, that event, it spiked a signature, and that's why they went out there to investigate that disclosed location, the cave. It already is some type of EMF, some kind of magnetic field popped up. Bam, let's go research it. So let's go see it and search it out. So then they those platoons and everything, the whole story, that first platoon got hurt really bad or demolished.
That was in Afghanistan, right? During the Gulf War. That was out in Afghanistan during the Gulf War.
That was in 2000. What was that narrative? 2002.
Yeah, 2002 or 4.
Yeah.
And from what I hear, they're still having issues. There's a tribe of giants in that area.
Absolutely.
And when we're still encountering.
Absolutely. I think that's what's going on with all like your research, Scott, and everything in the national forest and everything. And then they know when it's popping in and out. I don't know if you heard about that TikToker that was on like a couple months ago that just randomly went disappearing or whatever in Canada, right? And he videotaped so-called giant being up on top of the mountain, and then he was getting all paranoid, thought he was being followed, etc. And then I think he went back the following day and seen all these tanks, etc., these helicopters up on top. It was just this weird thing, and then now he's gone. And it just blows your mind. I mean, there's something to it. And you was talking about that these giants, these Bigfoots are made for the environment and everything to jump in and out. It's kind of interesting too that you see how they like to prey on the women. I've seen a lot of documentation that they stay with the same gene, like the same family tree, so to speak. The grandmother, the mother, and the daughter. They'll be like you was talking about at the beginning of the show. You felt these beings, different houses down the road from you, banging on the wall, doing whatever, and they're like doing the same. I've heard all these stories about people getting, chased, and it's a generation. I guess I don't know if you want to call it curse or whatever the narrative is, but there's something about it. It's the women, and isn't that interesting? You're talking about a hybridization program and etc. So just fallen angels, Genesis 6. It's.
What about that video somebody caught? Well, I don't know if that was real or not. Somebody had a video of in Afghanistan, I think, he's talking about my buddy Roger. There's a video of let me see, do you guys know about the Afghan giant? I don't know if you recall seeing that or not.
There's an IR one that shows a giant standing beside a tank. If that's real, Abrams tank, I don't know, what is it, about 7-8 foot to the top, from the top, and this thing's like this thing could sit down on top of the tank. It's probably at 16, 20 foot tall. It's an IR one. I've seen that one.
Yeah.
Of course, that's the problem nowadays. You can, with the technology, you can fake a lot of stuff, and that's the problem with even trying to do Sasquatch research and get video of them. If you got the great video, let's say you got 2 minutes of it out in the open, close up with 4K. Half the people are going to say, yeah, that's real, and the other half are going to say, oh, that's CGI. They're never going to believe it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's the way it I
plus with Photoshop now too, it's.
It's I find it in what I got some pretty decent clips, short clips, but and I get accused all the time of being CGI, or I put a person in the suit out in the woods. That's just par for the course. For people just can't you're always going to have the doubters, and there's nothing wrong with healthy skepticism, but
I know it's not cryptid, but you just hear about the staircases being found in the middle of the woods in different spots.
I have, Jason.
yeah, that's weird. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure it has some occult meaning. We just don't know what it is. Yeah. Well, I wanted to circle back around to Sasquatch, women, and children. In our research, my friend David Pilates, Missing 411 series, he did a lot of statistical analysis on sightings, and he found that looking at all the databases he could find at the time, this would have been like 2008 and 9, 10 when he kind of told me this. He said that majority of your Sasquatch daylight sightings happen with women and children.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, it will happen with a full-grown man, but most of the time, full-bodied just in the backyard, and it steps out and shows itself, it's always with women or children. Very rarely with an adult male. And another thing he found was that about 90% of the women who have a sighting are on their menstrual cycle when they have the sighting. I don't think that's by coincidence.
Yeah, because that's fitting for the fee fi fo. I smell the blood of an Englishman, right? The whole that stuff.
And unfortunately, I believe this to be true, that they are still abducting women and procreating with them. It is possible, and I think it continues. I mean, the Sasquatch around here have extremely human features. It's obviously they're hybridized with the Native American, and in fact, I've seen and I've heard descriptions of the Sasquatch, the normal Sasquatch. Well, he's got a wide, flat nose, high cheekbones. He's got the crusted brow and the deep set eyes, and maybe a little bit of a cone head, almost like an elongated skull. But sometimes you get these that are. He was a gorgeous man, handsome. I've heard a woman say this, the best looking man she'd ever seen. Narrow nose, blue eyes. She said like a supermodel man's face with a Sasquatch body. So obviously, that's probably most likely some sort of hybrid. But, so they're not all, what I'm saying? They're not all monster looking. Some of them, their features are generally human to begin with, but there's usually some, that some features like the wide nose and all that. They have a human look to them, but they're not human. But there are some now that are coming completely, the round head, blue eyes, and there I've heard of a couple that were mostly hairless. They were giants and had patches of hair, but they were, and so, that's I pray, God, you don't know, all of these things going on, and you worry about. I try not to worry about these things. I just pray, God, I hope those situations are going on. You somehow get those people out of them, because I just those sorts of fates would be horrible to think about. Being kidnapped as a child and forced to live with them, or being kidnapped as a grown woman and then being forced to bear their children. So it's really scary. And everybody says, "Oh, the children will be giant." No, the children their babies are born they're born the same, about the same size. They just grow larger and faster. Their DNA, their genetics, they're accelerated. They grow a lot faster than we do. They mature a lot faster. Usually by the age of 8 or 9, they're reaching what would be our teenager years. Their sexual maturity comes in around 9 or 10 years old, and they're by that time they're 6-7 foot tall. And then and as far as I can tell from all the reports, their lifespan is similar, 70-80 years. Is they're more robust than us, so they have they can deal with some of the diseases and stuff better than we can. But some still succumb. I mean, I've heard of some having infections or those issues, and it eventually kills them. But for the most part, they're pretty tough, hombres to deal with.
Yeah, they kind of switching to the UFO phenomenon. Is it tied together
Oh, yeah.
Scott, what do you think? I mean,
Well,
like you mentioned, go ahead.
you have the same. I mean, well, you got Satan here. He's got all these programs going on. So he's got his human hybridization program using the aliens, and he's got the Sasquatch and what he's doing with them. He's got the dog man and what he's doing with them. You know what I'm saying? He's got these programs with all these different hybrids. And so I think and what we can only guess his motives or what he's doing, but it's obviously an organized plan and all this. But yeah, in about 25% of Sasquatch. Here's the thing. This is funny. The UFO people are the higher brow of the crazies. And us Bigfoot people are the lower brow. And so, they were, and the Bigfoot and the MUFON and those people didn't want to mess with us. We're the black sheep. We don't want to hear about your Sasquatch. We're over here. We're doctors and scientists, and we're scientifically looking at this UFO phenomenon. Well, their problem is about 25% of the time, there would be a Bigfoot involved in a UFO sighting. And that was all, or vice versa. And then you have a crossover. So it's about 25% of the time. Usually you'll have a Sasquatch sighting, and then a day later or the same day, a UFO will be spotted. Or you'll have a Sasquatch sighting and someone will see a gray alien or some sort of being like that. And the same thing on the other side, the UFO side, someone will report, well, I saw a UFO land and the door opened and the Sasquatch ran out and ran into the woods. Or one abductee, famous case, swears, she says, look, there was a Sasquatch at the controls, it looked like a Wookiee driving the ship. So there is definitely crossover. I have footage, and in my book, I got a picture during a Sasquatch encounter. There was one of these gray beings leaning around a tree looking at me, and he had the big almond eyes. It was a classic. But you had a Sasquatch in the off to the left, and you had the alien up there on looking around the tree. So there's definitely a tie-in with them.
So is it? What do you think? Is it? Is it some of them knowing that the so-called gate is open, and that's why you see some time lapsing between the craft or the the Bigfoot or the little gray alien? How it might be a whole compile of all of it together, because I've heard all kinds of different things with the grays, that they're synthetic, that they're like an android type of material, whatever it is that they have, And then I've heard, like you said, it kind of reminds me, you was talking about a Wookiee, like, right, Star Wars narrative, they put this stuff in the movies, and it kind of reminds you of the Planet of the Apes, right? The Planet of the Apes movie and stuff. You got the astronauts and all these different things, and they're the so-called superior beings and stuff. And I always made the commentary that I didn't know in the 60s and 70s, when you would go back and watch those films, I was watching a documentary. I was being sarcastic when I always say that. But here's the thing, Scott, I want to share this with you. I want to run this by you.
Sure. Yeah.
So I got something to run by you real quick. So what we talked about is a human hybridization program. And if there's anything to this, this is just my theory of mine. I've said on this platform, what if, like a chimpanzee, because I have looked into this, did the chimpanzee, you hear about the missing link, Lucy and all that, did that character, come off the ark? Did monkeys come off the ark? So here's my question. What if that's why they always do these, they do these tests on these monkeys, right? Chimpanzees and gorillas, etc. What if that's a hybridization character from the Bigfoots and the humans? What if that's some type of messed up cesspool and that's why we have I'm just asking. It's just a theory.
I don't know. I don't think that. I think you have the animal world as God created it, and I think that apes and monkeys were as God created them. And then you have the Sasquatch are a human hybrid. Now, it wouldn't. Here's the problem with all this: humans and then fallen angels getting involved and doing their own DNA splicing. So it wouldn't. And even the Nazis were trying to splice apes with humans. That was their ideal of a super soldier. So to find a being that was hybrid being between a monkeys and a human would shock me. But I don't think in the natural course, I think the Sasquatch, developed came from, the Nephilim, from that original, you had the original fallen angels the first generation, and then you had the multiple generations. And
Absolutely.
I think that's where they came from. I think, it was, passed on down. Now, were they post, obviously they're post flood Nephilim. And, you can, there's two camps on that. One camp says there was a second incursion. I don't believe that because of the punishment. I mean, it was total sensory deprivation in darkness for these angels, and drive you mad. Can you imagine? And even Michael in the book of Enoch decried how bad that punishment was. It scared him. So, and of course, the other way that they would come back would then through the genome.
Yeah.
Because the only people that went on the ark that were purebred were Noah and his three sons. And you say, well, how? So they took Nephilim women. Yeah, they did. They took Nephilim women. But if you do the XY chart, XY, XX, you can have a purebred male and a hybrid woman or Nephilim woman have a purebred human.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And plus, everybody forgets God. God.
Yeah, exactly.
And God, so
yeah, it's interesting.
God could be controlling that as far as how the generations restart. Of course, had the three sons and what's his name? My mind just went blank. The Noah's son that started Canaan. He was the bad one. He was cursed, and I think the Nephilim, God allowed the Nephilim bloodline to pop up through his lineage, and then that's where that's where all that started. And then they revived it. There's no doubt in my mind they revived the technology. I mean, once the scene was set, Satan knew where the promised land was, and he knew where God was going to come back to. So he had, when they went into Egypt, he knew he had 700 years. I mean, to lay the landmines in the Holy Land. So so they started their program of getting these Nephilim tribes in the Holy Land, giants, linemen, the long necks, and then they were also, if you remember, they were doing all kinds of genetic manipulation, not only with the humans in the Holy Land, but with the livestock and with agriculture.
Yeah.
You remember when the spies went in, they came back with grapes so large, these giant grapes, this large, I think if you're a giant, you're 30 feet tall, you're going to have a lot of calories, and you can't, it's counterproductive to become, to start eating each other. Like, I mean, that in the first round before the flood, they literally became cannibals, and they ate all the humans they could find, and then they started eating each other. But that's counterproductive. And I think after the flood, they finally figured out they used the technology to grow larger animals and larger agriculture, so they could feed themselves literally. And that's just another one of Scott's theories.
No, I mean I'm with you. That's why I was mentioning the chimpanzee deal. That's weird stuff,
Yeah, and so you had, I mean, by the time Moses, led them back, and they came in and brought them into the promised, and they finally came to the promised land and started conquering these tribes. It was full of these different, of course, and I think there was a diaspora. I think that once they came in and began to conquer these tribes, these people weren't stupid. I mean, if I'm a 40-foot giant and a 5'8" man kills me, God's involved. I mean, they're spiritual. They know this. I mean, they're not, they know what's going on. They know this is a spiritual battle. They know God's leading his people in, and they're supernaturally being allowed to kill these people. So so you got a choice. You can stay and be slaughtered, or you can run. And I think a lot of them ran, because that's when you started having the giants show up in Europe and in the Middle East, in Romania and Russia and China, and then in the Americas. I think some of them, built the boats, got on and came around and came into the Americas. You got the elongated skulls, Anunnaki. You got the mound builders. You got the red-headed giants here. Now, and this is my theory. I'm going to throw mine out. I put this in my book. This is a possibility of what could happen where we got to the Sasquatches. So we had the race of red-haired giants. So we had this race of 7 to 10, 12-foot giants in America. And then about the time of Christ, all of a sudden, just most of these giants and these weird creatures began either getting killed, died out, disappeared. And my theory is that that was some sort of supernatural thing. God was, was kind of preparing the way, and he wanted to kind of clean out, get rid of all these Nephilim. And, even some of the, the Indians were able to war with them and overcome them. Mm-hmm. And I know one of the Cheyenne, one of their accounts was that the giants went home. They left. He didn't say they died. They went somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Where did they go? And then others had wars with them, and like the Lovelock Cave, and were able to defeat them. And I think there was my theory is there was a subgroup of these giants that kind of like, we don't want to, either couldn't or didn't want to, so they knew that the only way we're not going to get killed and is to hit the woods. In other words, go live go underground, go live a subsistence lifestyle, away from society, and stay away from human beings. So we won't get the axe, so to speak. And that's where the Sasquatch came from, because I studied, we're still wonderfully made, and in our genome and our genes and our DNA, what turns physical traits off and on are proteins. And so the outside physical world can have an effect on those proteins. There was in the 90s, there was in South America, there was one of the many civil wars that happened down there, and I can't remember. It was in Argentina, one of the South American countries, and a village got overrun by a drug lord, and he was literally slaughtering everybody in the village. Well, a little boy about 7 years old escaped and ran into the jungle, and he began living. There was a little troop of apes or monkeys, and he began to live with them, and they took him in, and he began to grow hair all over his body. And by the time they found him, when he was about 12 years old, they went back into the area. The war was over. They were going to try to repopulate. And when some of the other villagers went back to escape, they noticed the troop of monkeys, and they noticed this boy covered in hair running with the monkeys. And so they were able to lure him in and capture him in a cage with food. And a French scientist got wind of this. That, hey, we've got this boy covered in hair, and he's been living with these monkeys. Now, it hadn't been so long ago, he still could speak. So they could talk to him, and he could talk to them. And he just said that when he started living with them and living in the wild, his hair just started growing on his body, keep him warm. Mm. And so she flew over and examined the boy. And what was interesting was they clothed the boy, they put him back, he started eating normal food, and they shaved him. The villagers shaved his body, shaved all the hair off, and put clothes on him, and the hair didn't grow back. Now he was back out of that environment. And that scientist came, and the kid's probably still alive, but they examined him. They took blood work. They looked at it. They looked at everything they could look at. They talked to all the witnesses, and they came to the conclusion that in certain, circumstances, the ability still exists for the outside environment to cause the mutation and to happen instantaneously, and for us to do whatever it is we need to do. And so, he needed to grow hair, so he grew hair.
So his hair follicles grew from his protein, like it was an acceleration. Wherever he was at, it accelerated the need.
That's basically what they said. Yeah, basically, the environment being cold and what was going on kicked off in his DNA, and the protein sequences that grow hair and were turned on.
I wonder if it's the same concept with strength. I wonder if it's the same aspect for strength. If he stayed later in life, would he become stronger than average human?
That's a good question, because you can do that. I mean, they're finding with the CRISPR technology, you can increase your, people have experimented on themselves,
So is it a gate? Is it a gate, Scott? Was it was it a natural portal these monkeys and him tapping into, or is it?
No. It was just he was just living with them. I was demonstrating the fact that if a human body designed like it is can spontaneously grow hair in the right, with the right outside, environmental influence, how much more could a giant that's a Nephilim with enhanced DNA, when they go into the woods and have to start living that subsistence lifestyle, start growing hair all over their body?
And
It's not a far stretch.
Yeah, and then doing teleportation and everything.
Yeah, I mean, they would still have the knowledge of the giants. They would just, and that kind of helps explain, their paranoia and their adherence to these rules about staying away from human beings. I mean, there have been cases where like people have surprised them, and they're just scared of us. We are them. Or let me say this: they're scared of us seeing them. I don't think they're scared of us. They're scared of something. But it scares them so bad that they'll take off running from us, as scared as we are of them. And so, it's been ingrained that, we've got to stay hidden. We've got to stay underground. We can't let society, we can't let the human consciousness as a whole, you get into your narrative stuff. You can't let enough people understand that we exist, because, that means, that's the end for us. That means trouble for us.
I have a question to run by you. So if the mind resonates with if they see them, so if there's, if we see them physically, does that do something with our brain that causes it to start firing off in different, and start, altering the DNA? Like it's somehow, once you see it, then you can't rewrite it. So your brain is retaining it. You was talking about at the beginning of the broadcast with light, right? The dimensional, he's talking about lighting. And what if that's the case? What if it's something to do with it actually does something to your cerebral cortex, and it starts firing off neurons and saying, hey, it's identifying with the natural, like you was talking about proteins and stuff and DNA. Wonder if that's something to do with that. Scott, just a question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff I don't know. I mean, I just do. What I know is that they act like SEAL Team 6 on steroids. And they're they're over the top. The word I'm looking for is escaping me, but they're paranoid. Basically their need to stay hidden is almost a paranoia. Their need to not be discovered. The rules of don't let your picture get taken. Don't let human males see you. I mean, these rule sets like that, don't interact with them, don't talk to them, don't, it seems like they can mess with us and they can scare us, but on rare occasions do they interact, and on rare occasions do they hurt people, because this is just, the way I'm thinking, one of the reasons they don't hurt us more often is, number one, they don't have the ability to, or they're being forced not to. In other words, something spiritual holding them back. And I also think they're able to live this lifestyle, and they're able to use the ignorance, and they know their station. They know what's going on. They know humankind thinks that they're a joke and a myth, and they're called Sasquatch. I think they're aware of that, so they use that to their advantage.
Yeah,
big time. And if you already know that this group of people you're trying to stay hidden from believes that you're a fantasy, believes that you're a myth, then you can play into that. And I think they do that. I think, but one of the things, they've got it made in the shade, so they want to stay in this status, because I'm going to tell you right now, they walk around my little city at night unabated. There's no doubt. They stay in abandoned buildings, and there's a coal aluminum plant, and they stay over there. And then at night they go dumpster diving, and they usually send the teenagers and the smaller ones because they're more human sized. Because let's be honest, if a policeman pulls up on a Sasquatch going through a dumpster, what's he going to do?
He's going to start pulling something out of his pocket, out of his holster, and go to town. Yeah, he's going to go panic. He's going to start panicking.
Well, he'll panic, or he'll just sit there and stare at him And he's he gonna call it in? Yeah, I got a 7 foot everything eating steaks out of no, he's just gonna sit there and it's gonna look at him and then it's gonna walk off and he's not gonna tell anybody.
Mm,
Why would he? Because no one's gonna believe him. Everybody's gonna make fun of him.
that's
So
true.
see, they've already got that covered. And so when the Sasquatch were messing around my house, there was a juvenile about 6.5 foot tall. The neighbors caught him in the tree in my backyard. He was watching them have a picnic. It was after dark. The guy right behind me is a policeman. His wife, they were in their driveway. They looked I wasn't home, of course. They looked up there and she said, "There's somebody in that tree watching us." And everybody's like, "What?" And they all turned around. And sure enough, now they called it the little black kid in the hoodie. So there's a black kid in a hoodie, because he's got the dome-shaped head, he's got black skin, and he's hair covered. Of course, their brains, he's in a hoodie. So the policeman goes in, gets his flashlight, gets his gun, goes to the base of the tree, and does the halt. Come down. We see you. What are you doing? This little black kid in the hoodie jumps about 15 feet out of the tree, hits the ground, and takes off running.
Wow.
If the guy doesn't shoot, we're in the neighborhood. All right. A few weeks later, and it's in August, I come home. I made a Friday night. I made a run to Walmart and come back. It's about 10 o'clock. It's dark. There are 3 police cars in my driveway, and I'm like, oh, Lord, what's happening? I thought something bad's happened. Somebody's done something. With teenagers, you never know. Well, I get there and I'm like, they're looking at me and I'm like, I'm the homeowner. What's going on? He says, well, we're over here looking for a peeping Tom. There's a black kid in a hoodie, about 6 foot tall, about 210 pounds. And I said, well, what happened? He said, well, he disturbed your neighbor and was in her backyard, and then he jumped the fence and ran through your driveway and out to the neighborhood. So the next morning I go ask the lady, and I said, well, can you tell me what was going on? She said, yeah. He said the dog started barking. I let them out. They have a pool and they have a screened-in deck, and she'd let the dogs out on the deck. Well, her dogs went crazy. Well, she said I stepped out and turned on the lights, and her floodlight on the corner of the house. She said, and she used the word "it" at first. She goes, it was squatted down, looking at me there on the corner of the house. So I went and opened the screen door so I could get a better look at it. And when I did, it went around the pool. I never seen anything run so fast. And she said it just, it hurtled over we had the fences, they're like 4.5 foot tall. They're a regular dog fence, galvanized. And she said it just went over my fence and went in through your yard, and then just went right out to your driveway and literally just ran through the neighborhood, took off. I just right out of sight. I said, it? And she said, oh, yeah, that little boy in the hoodie. Yeah, that little black boy in the hoodie. That little black kid. And then, to make it even worse, 3 houses up, there was a teenage girl, it was 16, 17. And on one end of the house was her bedroom, and there's trees were still up there, these cedar trees. Well, more than once, she called the police in on this little black kid that was climbing and peeping Tom at her. She was, the window faced these trees, so she'd leave the window open. And when she would be dressing or getting ready for a shower or whatever, more than once she looked over and this Sasquatch is looking in at her. Of course, they call it in as a peeping Tom. And so all this happened in like a 3-month period in my neighborhood. Of course, I'm not going to say anything to the policeman. They'll think I'm the idiot, because I fit the description. I'm about 6'3", about 210 pounds. So I wasn't about to say anything, but they were able to traverse this neighborhood and get away with it. And they used to come to my house, all the time and get away with it, even the bigger ones. So they can maneuver, in and out of small towns and cities with no problem. And they use the sewers. They don't, they will, like I said, they use the fact that, the authority structure right now still has them in the fantasy realm. That they won't be, that there's, the authorities won't take, me and you'll take them seriously, but police, the military, the Tennessee Wildlife won't take them serious, in a way, the park rangers. I've talked to the park rangers. They're real nice, but they're like, well, yeah, we get Sasquatch reports, and after we take the report, and after the person leaves, we file 13 it. They don't. The command structure doesn't want to know. They already know they exist, so they don't. But they don't want any documentation they exist. No.
You're muted, Dan.
I hate when that happens. I'm sorry, guys. So I'll repeat myself when I muted the mic because I was trying to do something over here. I didn't want to disturb you guys. But yeah, so once again, me and my brother used to be paranormalists, whatever. So we used to do the police department. We got in Cumberland, Rhode Island. We used to get had a friendly relationship with them. So anytime something like this would be, people call, say this is going on, that's going on, it would go to a special division, special case division, right? Which in other words, just sat on the shelf. So they would call us and say, hey, listen, guys, go check that out, see what's going on. You know what I mean? And we would, report it back to them. And when we said it was like either kids fooling around or whatever the case, they would go take care of it. Or if we said it was like a supernatural thing, they're like, all right, we don't want to hear it. We don't, because we got to drive through there at night. We don't want to scare you, and we don't want to be scared, But anyway, and to give Scott a break too, like we're saying, for a second here, if you think, if you're just rolling your eyes at the stuff, guys, and all these guys are crazy, whatever, if you go to this website, it's called the Lincoln Institute, the WordPress website here, talk about Abraham Lincoln, right? This is a little Abraham Lincoln talked about in Niagara Falls. He says it calls off the indefinite past when Columbus first sought this continent, when Christ suffered on the cross, when Moses led Israel through the Red Sea, nay, even say when Adam first came in the hand of his maker, then as now Niagara was roaring here. Then as now Niagara Falls was still roaring here. And the eyes of the species of extinct giants whose bones fill the mounds of America have gazed on Niagara as they do now. And contemporary with the whole race of men, and older of the first man, Niagara is strong and fresh as to 10,000 years ago. The Mammoth and Madison are now as long dead as the fragments of their monstrous bones long testify, and they ever lived and have gazed on Niagara. So this is, former President of the United States of America. He's many other things. So, and talking about, and the thing is, here's the thing, you wouldn't know this today. This was common knowledge back then. Like everybody knew about the giant bones. Everybody knew the Ten Commandments, the biblical, Bible was the way of life everywhere. Regardless of some of the founding fathers were in the occult, yes, some were deists, some were Christian too. But the normal way of life, 99% of the public studied the Bible. They knew it better than most people today. And, a 12-year-old would know it better than most pastors today. Sad to say, but it's the truth. So, they knew the stuff about the mountains, the giants, and everything else. And if you want to really go further, there's not one or two, three, four. I'm talking scores of thousands of articles from the New York Times, the New York Post, the Providence Journal here in Rhode Island that you go back to 1800s when they first started. All over this country, all right, you could go look at the old archives, and they will find not one, there wasn't bones they were finding, and they're full intact skeletons, 18, 19, 20 feet tall. They're like ridiculous as sounds, it's the truth. When they were excavating this country, and this country was getting larger and all that, going out to Arizona and all that, right here in New England and all that, every time they dug up something, they were finding humongous bones or caves like in New Mexico, 200 skeletons in the cave. The smallest one is 11 feet tall. The Indians talked about, I'm a Native American, the whole Native American history, they talked about the giants. When they said hi to somebody, like how, they weren't saying hi to you. They had you hold your hand up and they counted your fingers because most of these things had 6 fingers and 6 toes on each hand and foot and 2 rows of teeth. And this is all in the newspapers, guys, all of it. But again, you wouldn't know this today because they stopped covering this about the 1940s when the mainstream media was hushed up. It was part of Operation Mockingbird and all that too. Because what it would do, it would completely eradicate the whole entire evolutionary doctrine. That's why they're covering the stuff up. Well, this is a massive cover-up. It's not just here in America, Canada, all the mainstream countries, all the what they call civilized countries. Which are not really civilized if you ask me because they're hiding this stuff. But people in the Middle East, they know this stuff. When they talk about the Kandahar giant, the people in the Middle East know this stuff. You know what I mean? People in Asia, parts of Asia, Africa, they know this stuff. This is common knowledge all over the world of giant bones and these artifacts and everything else and these grave sites of humongous giants, man. And if you want a book on this, this is called Giants on Record. It's an amazing book. There's tons of articles there by Jim Vieira and Hugh Newman. Me and Brian cover this stuff a lot, man. And right here in Rhode Island, too. Me and my brother both, we've been to sites where giants were found. But on record, Providence Journal recorded it. But you talk about it today, you get, people roll your eyes at you. Oh, you're conspiracy theorists and all that. Even though the mainstream media at the time, for over 100 years, reported on every one of these things. And I can see, yes, if one thing, here's the thing too, right? And I'm not saying dinosaurs are fake, right? I'm just saying, right? When they find a little bone, a fragment of a bone, they'll construct a giant dinosaur around it, right? And we don't even know what these things look like in reality, right? And they'll call it science, right? But yet you find a full intact skeleton human being 18 feet tall, they'll call it science fiction or something like that. And you know what I mean? It's so backwards today, it's not even funny. And so if you rolling your eyes at the stuff, guys, this is history. This is biblical. This is also in every ancient culture, not just one or two, every single ancient culture talked about the giants. Every one of them. The Native Americans did, of all tribes did. All over North America, the tribes talked about. This is common history knowledge. This is common knowledge right now in the Middle East, parts of the Middle East, and Asia, and like I said, and all that. And this was common knowledge here in America. You know what I mean? Even the President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, talked about these things. You know what I mean? They all knew about these. And when this country was founded, when the founders were working with the Iroquois Indians and also the Wampanoags, this was all part of the whole thing. It was Benjamin Franklin. He was one of the one of the leaders of the British squad here during the King Philip War. He was a Nephilim. He was a giant. That's on record, all of it. But it's been all squashed away in today's common knowledge, and you talk about it, you get laughed at. So I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to give you guys a break for a second. But yeah, this is some cool stuff, man, and to know this. Because, again, this book here, I encourage you guys to get it. John Hall is the one that turned me on to this book here. But Giants on Record, you can find this like on Amazon or whatever. eBay really cheap. It's a good book. And so me and Brian, we actually got a show coming up soon. It's called Giants in the News, where we're going to take all these articles and we're going to sit there and talk about them. And this is just endless stuff. We could do tons of shows on this. So yeah, Scott, man, interesting stuff, and yeah, it's giants and Bigfoot. It's all the same stuff and all that we've been talking about. It's all from the same, bubbling crude of Nephilim blood, So I'm sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
No, I agree. It's all that's what people got to understand. The word we're using the word Nephilim broadly here, but the root word it's the fallen. To be less than. In other words, they're not human, and that's kind of the root word, and all these things. Here's the thing. In my humble opinion, anything that does not have a God-breathed soul but's living and sentient is a Nephilim. In other words, if we had the ability tomorrow that I could cross a human with a donkey, and I got this Sadar-looking thing or whatever, that would be a Nephilim. If I hate to say it, or Gibberim, and that's another word for it, Gibberim, what's his name? God, I hate it when I get brain lock. Nimrod, he found the technology. And he started changing himself into a Gibberim. He made himself into a Nephilim. And I think once you start manipulating your DNA and making those sort of changes, you get in that danger area of changing yourself, into an unredeemable being, and that's just the way it is. And so it's any being any human hybrid being that is sentient and has a soul, but doesn't have a God-breathed soul. That's the difference. Our soul, our soul came from Adam. We started with Adam, and God breathed the soul in him, and every time an egg and a sperm come together, boom, you got a that's the miracle of a created soul. God gave that power for that to happen. Whether he does it, however he does it, a soul, that it becomes that becomes a living, breathing soul.
Absolutely.
And that's the problem when you don't do it God's way. You have a living, breathing, non-sanctioned, non-holy soul that's damned. It's damned from the start. I mean, I think that's what grieved God a lot about those Nephilim being created was, here's a being no fault of its own, is unredeemable. Now we could make the argument, and I think with God all things are possible, and I think there is a way that these things can be redeemed, but it has to be their choice, and I'd say 99.9% choose not to. And where I get that from is the line men of David. That's a physical description. There was a race of Nephilim created for warriors that had the head of a lion, had the arm, the torso arms of a man, had the claws. They said they were fast as gazelles and fierce fighters. Well, a troop of them changed sides and fought for David. Now, I'm sorry, but David's not going to allow Nephilim. You know what I'm saying? There would have to be some sort of redemption for that to happen.
Yeah.
It's period. God's not going to allow it. I don't think because David's mission was to kill him. All that he could find, David went around killing Nephilim. Ask Goliath.
And that's another thing right there, right? Because you got scoffers all the time, right? Oh, if God's so merciful, why do he have his people go around killing innocent people? Well, you got to understand, these weren't human beings. That's what they fail to understand. These were Nephilim giants, and Nephilim, even the children, because these were demonic things. You know what I mean? So they had to go in. They were instructed to kill everything, even the food. Don't touch nothing. You wouldn't even allowed to even touch even to drop of water, because they were afraid it would be genetically corrupted. That would corrupt them. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't allowed to even bring even the gold and silver. Most of the time, you were told to leave it there. Leave it all there. Don't touch nothing. You know what I mean? Food, everything, animals, stock, whatever, just leave it all alone, because they're afraid of it being genetically corrupted, you know what I mean? And so this is the stuff that these Bible scoffers, and some of them know this, but they like to bash the Bible, but this is what they don't explain to people, you know what I mean? These publications come out and say, oh, look, you're God, blah, blah, and stop mocking you, but if they understood what they were killing, it wasn't human beings they were killing, and that's
if you don't understand Genesis 6, then the whole Bible doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
exactly.
God's this mind, God's this, crazy killer. People don't understand. I don't understand God. How can in the Old Testament God be so just wipe all these people out, and then in the New Testament quote, he's a loving God and incarnates and treats us love and all this. Well, no, it's the same God. It's just, if you understand Genesis 6, you understand it's a seed war. Then you understand that these hybrids were being born. They were damned from the beginning. They were unhuman. They were unredeemable, and unfortunately there was nothing to do but kill them. I mean, eradicate them. And in some ways, probably shortening their time. Their suffering by doing it. I mean, but
very interesting.
But people don't understand that. That's what I'm saying. People don't understand that. But to understand the Bible and understand redemption and what's going on and what's going to happen, if you don't understand Genesis 6, and we're in a seed war, between Satan's genetic offspring and God's genetic offspring, and the angelic war that's on top of that going on that we don't even see, it all, a lot of it doesn't make any sense.
Absolutely.
What we're talking about wouldn't make any sense. People be like, what are you talking about? Dog man, that's crazy. You can't have dog man. You can't have all this. Well, but we know, through biblical, through the biblical, narrative, yes, we do. And we can, and we have, and we will. And because that's what God said is coming. And we're in it, I guess is the best way to say it. We're entering the, I don't know what part of the last days we're in, but we're getting there.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree, Scott.
The technology. Rub Skiba before he passed, and one of he did a thing on. He figured he did his timeline. And he figured that it was 4,400 years that some of the watchers were to be in the darkness, and then some of them were freed. Well, they would have been freed right at the turn of the in late 1800s, early 1900s, and his theory was that's what happened. How much did technology just shoot? We went from horse and buggy, and all of a sudden, boom! Here the technology, the revolution started coming. Mm-hmm. And then you got people like Nikola Tesla talking about, he was talking to these grays, and they were telling him about the ether and how to, manipulate electricity and how there was electricity in the air. And, God gave us everything we needed here. It's just been obfuscated, or the technology's been hidden from us.
Yeah,
absolutely, Scott.
And so, but you had this, all this technology come back, and then you begin to have all these other, that I think that's, it's possible that's when they got out. That's when they got, God released them from, their punishment, and they went right back to work. They went right back to doing what they were doing.
Yeah, you reminded me too, Scott, when you was talking about the Lion Like Man of Moab. You remember the old cartoon back in the 80s, the Thundercats? And that was a Nephilim cartoon.
Oh,
yeah.
And, we're being prepped. This
absolutely.
Is not I mean, the narratives are being prepped for us, whether it's the alien invasion stuff, it's it's just like the Marvel comics and Guardians of the Galaxy and all this, the Avengers. Those are Nephilim.
Absolutely.
They're Nephilim. They're human beings that have been genetically modified.
Absolutely.
And some of them. Yeah. And so, I've been getting into these narrative things that are going on in this warfare that's going on behind the scenes, 5G and all this stuff. But they set these narratives, and it's all about getting the psyche of a large group of people. And so that's why they do all these things. They prepare the psyche, so when it comes, there won't be the shock. Because see, I experience it right now. Right now, people aren't the shock of people seeing a dog man or the Nephilim. That's because they're not been prepared yet. They weren't raised and acclimated. In other words, from the age that they were able to be taught, they weren't taught, hey, this is a Sasquatch. You may see these in the woods. Be careful. These are creatures that we don't get around. They're cursed. Stay away from them. We don't, and that's reinforced by the teachers in school and by our public officials. And like the wildlife, you would go into the, you imagine going into the Smoky Mountains and there's a sign up saying, we've got an active Sasquatch clan in this area. Please, please, stay away, or this area is closed. And, it would all be backed up, and then it would be in people's psyche. And so it wouldn't be this thing. Well, right now, I think they're preparing, America and the more Western world for this stuff through the movies, through the books, through the video games. They're getting us ready for end times. So it won't freak people out, because even the ones that want to control us can't have, you can't have everybody in some sort of cognizant dissonance stupor.
Exactly. Well, it kind of reminds me, Scott, too, real quick. United States has a ton of Sasquatch activity, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's a ton of documented data. I've got a Google Earth, some files I can pop up. It has a ton of.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's all over the place. And then you got Oregon, a hot zone there between Canada, et cetera. And then you got all where me and you live out this way, and all up the East Coast. I mean, it's inundated, right? And then you go out to the west side. And in the western side, you get into Colorado, Arizona, and you see these petroglyphs, hieroglyphics on the side of the mountains. You see these, the swirls, right? And there's these tall men taking people, right? The depictions of literally tall men taking people in and out of these gates. It's kind of strange, right? It's on these, like you talk about Skinwalker Ranch earlier, talk about the Mesa. It has the Pleiades, the Orion, constellations on the mesa over there in Skinwalker Ranch. And then you go out a little bit further out, you see all these rock formations everywhere with these men getting dragged or taken or walking through these gates. It's strange, right? So I just want to point this out too. Have you ever heard? I know you have. Have you ever heard of the skunk ape? So you was talking about the smells, etc., and stuff like that.
That's the Florida variant of the Sasquatch. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, this is really weird. I haven't said anything about this even to my family, but here just this winter, no joke, I have smelt. I'll go out really late in the middle of the night, and you would hear you would think it's really cold when you go out. We had some pretty bad weather there a while back, and I know skunks. Skunks don't like the cold. Just walking around, I could smell that aroma out in the yard and out in the neighborhood. So, it's kind of strange whenever this show, it's just, I mean, my brain is just, my gears are turning just having this conversation with you. I'm sitting there just, taking it all in. But skunk apes, the aroma, all these different things. I heard about the narrative when you was talking about the story. You was talking about all the giants or the so-called creatures, Nephilim creatures, was moved in one spot and they disappeared, right? I remember, I just cannot remember where it said. There's a textbook that I have somewhere that is talking about they went to war with these beings and they somehow miraculously got all transported in one spot, and then all of a sudden the Indian culture was talking about that they just miraculously disappeared. And it might be this exact same thing that you're referring to, but my brain is kind of getting a little
that's one of the stories. They what happened to them about 2,000 years, about the time of Christ. They just, the Cheyennes say they went home.
Mm-hmm.
They went through the gates and went home.
Interesting.
Which would be similar to what, I mean, whether they went through gates, whether, I don't know, when it went in these portals and went somewhere else, who knows?
Yeah.
And my brother here too, he wonder if that's related to the Mothman too. And your thoughts on that, the Mothman sightings?
Mothman, I think it's some sort of Nephilim being. The thing about it is, if you think about, how heavy we are, and even if you put a pair of wings on us, the strength it would take to get us, like a bird. A bird or any of the flying mammals have a very thin bone structure. They lighten them up so they can fly. So I would be very interested in what kind of a bone structure. This is probably some sort of hybrid being.
I seen one man like about 20, literally about 10 feet over my car.
Or it could be enough supernatural that it's not flying.
Yeah,
it's not flying by conventional flapping its wings. It's levitating.
Yeah,
they're levitating, or it's a true spirit. It's a true manifestation of a fallen angel.
Mm-hmm.
True. I mean, there is. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, we have an idea of what some of these angels look like, but we really don't know.
Yeah.
I've never been to the throne room and come back, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I know that there has been some archaeology digs with some wing-like creatures that look like men, but they have wings laying beside them. And, they could have threw a bird in there. They could have done whatever, I get it. But there has been so-called Birdman sightings. I did a show on that, but, what kills me, right, Scott and Dan, is when they do the Mothman conventions and they pay homage to these deities, right? It's just it's mind-boggling, right? We was talking about the Hopkinsville narrative with the little green men. They do a whole event every year. I mean, this is in Kentucky, and it's just mind-boggling, Scott. It's mind-boggling.
What did the Nephilim want, and what did the Nephilim get? They wanted to be worshipped as gods, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And what are we doing? We're paying them homage. We're worshiping their, the fallen angels are still getting what they want. We're worshiping their children as gods.
Absolutely.
We're paying them homage, and we're, we've got, I sit with a shirt with a Sasquatch on it. And I guess I'm as guilty. I mean, you can't get away from it, but you know what I'm saying? We're selling keepsakes. We're selling art.
Yeah.
Nephilim.
Yeah.
It's what we're doing. Whether it's Mothman, I mean, right now, Dogman or the werewolf thing is really big. It's really popular right now. And so you can't go, Michigan, Kentucky, Tennessee, in the Southeast, this Dogman thing is a big craze. So you got all kinds of art, all, like you say, all kinds of, a lot of people paying homage. That's why I tell people, don't feed them, don't reverence them. They're not, that's not their place. They're not,
have you
do any of that.
Have you ever come across a dogman? I have one time. I did not realize it until 2004. Well, until way up in this was 2004 that I come across one, and it's it took me years to acknowledge what I actually seen, but I did see one in 2004 and real late at night, and I was in a state. I was in a state of panic, like I was before the event, and I almost hit it in the middle of the road, and it was literally 8.5 feet probably.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've had three experiences with a dog man not wanting to. I have footage of one where I had what I call the back trail camera. I put a camera on my shoulder filming backwards.
Mm-hmm.
The Sasquatch and these other animals, the Sasquatch are watchers. You know that they're just like their fathers. They're watchers.
Yeah.
A lot of people will say that. Oh, they just sit there and watch me. They do. They've got that. That's in the DNA.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll just observe for hours. But so I had the back trail camera, and a dog man came up behind me, and I've got footage of it. It's decent, pretty good footage.
Mm.
And can you do share screens or?
Absolutely, Dan.
Yep.
Set up the share screen.
Hang on.
I'm just messing with you. I joke around.
Yeah.
Real quick while he's setting it up. Welcome
Brian
everybody
crashed
to
it last
Spiritual
time.
Warfare. What is it?
I'm sorry. I was gonna say last time when we were doing the Rip It show, when you crashed the whole system.
Yeah, I'm not going to crash the system. I'm going to let you crash it.
Yeah, let's don't crash the system.
Yeah, but if you're just now coming into the Spiritual Warfare, we got Scott Carpenter here talking about Nephilim, Bigfoots, etc., cryptic creatures, and he's a Bigfoot researcher, and we're glad to have him. So, and thank you for everybody that's new in the chat. I've noticed a bunch of newcomers coming in tonight, so welcome to Spiritual Warfare Friday.
Thank you guys.
And we're blessed to have you.
Amen to that.
You get the share screen going?
Yeah, whenever you guys are ready, just hit the share.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott. Fire it off.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, I've got to find it. You know how it is. I'm never ready when you're called upon.
We do all kinds of stuff on here, so you take your time.
It's at right at the bottom, like so from the hang up button to the third one in where it shows arrow in the box.
It's where the little red button on the right is. Just go 2 buttons over, and it's right there.
Yeah, there's a little square box with arrow on it, pointing up.
Okay.
Present now.
Okay. All right. Let me get my screen. Let me get my video ready, and then I'll. Oh.
We appreciate your time.
Yeah,
we
everybody
appreciate your
just
time,
joined us
Scott.
now, new
Oh,
listeners.
no,
guys.
it's all good. It's just like I said.
Please subscribe to our channel and like, share, and subscribe. And if you want to subscribe to Brian's channel, it's in the description as well. And also all of Scott's links of his channels and whatnot and website, that's all in the description. So, yeah, I'll go subscribe. Can't do that enough. And subscribe to our Rumble channel as well, which people watching on Rumble come over to YouTube and subscribe to our YouTube channel. So I'm trying to keep up with both chat rooms. And I wish it was a way we could merge the 2 chat rooms together. Maybe we could do that someday, but good stuff, man. And thank you all for tuning in to Rumble and over here on YouTube as well. So he's waiting for Scott's getting his videos ready.
I'm trying to. Yep.
No worries, no rush, man.
Yeah, take your time.
Well, to grab the screen, I do what?
At the very bottom of the page there, how you see 7 buttons. So where the red hang up button is, go 2 over. Just go 2 buttons over.
Present now.
There you go.
Your entire screen.
That's correct.
So you can see my screen. If you can see my screen, you see this video.
It's not popping up yet, Scott.
Oh, you got to select when you hit present now.
You got to select which one you're presenting. So if it's yours, it'll come up and prompt you. To which. There you go. There you go, Scott. We are rolling, my friend.
All right, tell me if you see this. Do you see this video I just brought up?
Yep.
You see this dark thing here?
Yep.
That's a dog man, and he's behind me. And so what I've done here is I've just done a loop. Okay, so it's sometimes easier. So basically, what this is the first part of the video where he's moving forward, and so I've just looped it over and over again. This one where he's just moving back and forth.
Push the square button to make it a little bit bigger there, Scott, if you don't mind. if you can, the square button there at the top of the media player. There you go. Rock that right there. There you go, my friend.
See him right here?
Yep. There you go.
That's his nose. That's an eye, and that's an eye. He's just sticking his head through this. This foliage laying across his nose. This thing right here is a little being. It's a being. It's great. Got gray hair. Crazy. But you can see. Watch him move. Keep moving.
Interesting.
When you
I
do
see it.
Yeah, when you do a close up of his nostrils, you can see him breathing.
Interesting. So this is all. Is this in close proximity where you've seen your first interaction?
Yeah, he was probably. He was just this was in near the feeding station.
Wow.
So here's where he comes forward. He's leaning. See, he's leaning back and he comes forward.
Interesting.
And I'm no expert on these things. This was a back trail, and I was twisting. It was like I've run this through about every stabilization program I can. But he was moving forward, and I was twisting. And so and if you look right here, this little thing right there, that's some sort of being literally clinging to the side of his head. It's crazy. It's very weird. And like this is a sketch. It'll come up. Come on, there we go. That's a sketch I did. And this is like taking different pieces and putting them together in a video. And then that's the little being on the side of his head.
Wow.
The people down in that area call that an apple sprite. They say it's a little monkey-like being that likes to eat apples and fusses at you in an unknown language and throws apples at you. But you think, it's strange.
You think it's like little fairy people?
Could be. I don't know. They call them apple sprites. It had gray hair. You see, it's so
interesting.
That one's hard to see.
Well, the fairy people are big in Kentucky. Also.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. There's definitely little people for sure. I don't even.
Dan, if you can hear me, can you move that truthradioshow.com?
Oh yeah.
If you don't care to slightly move it up a little bit and give Scott some more room there to share, I appreciate it, my friend.
If you want to, because I don't ever get a chance to share I could just share just real quick with some of the stuff, so we don't have to dwell on it.
No, we're enjoying it.
I don't want to get in an argument about that's not anything but a big blob.
I like your personality, Scott. It's all good, man. There was somebody asking in the chat if you could show the portal. I think in the I think it was a portal that you captured on the trail.
Yeah, let me find it.
That would be really interesting if you could pop it. Thank you, Diane, for shrinking down the Truth Radio Show. Thank you, brother.
Let's see. I gotta find. See, hang on. Now I think I know where that's at. Desktop video. You can see how organized I am. Interviews. I had interview a while back. Here it is. So this was taken with a 480p camera, and I was walking away, and this portal formed, and this beam materialized. So, and this is stabilized and slowed down. I've just walked by, and this thing right here, this silvery thing, is the beam, and there's a portal beginning to open right here in the trail. This is just a trail that leads out into the parking lot. And the edge you can really see the edge really good. You're like right now, you can start to see that circle form. It looks like a pool of water. And that's a slow movement to speed it up.
Interesting.
Yeah, like right. Trying to get it where the edge. I've got some still captures I can show, but right there.
It starts to swirl, correct?
Yeah, well, it doesn't swirl. It just looks like you're looking through water. See it right here? See the sharp edge?
Mm-hmm.
all the way around, and it's like you're looking into or through water. And then this thing continues to manifest. It looks like, at the end, it looks like an elongated skull creature. He's on his knees.
And it looks like the ground and everything's pretty dry.
Yeah, no, it's
That's
very. No, it's in
pretty.
the summertime. It's dry.
This is a hot day. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Can
Wow.
you see it here? You can see it now, right? See
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. It starts to swirl. Yeah, like a turn. Yeah, I can see the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can see a sharp edge, perfect circle.
Hmm.
And then inside, of course, it's kind of water. I describe it as like, looking into water. And everything in here is out of focus.
Interesting. I wonder if you had a really high megapixel camera and like a 5K video. What could you do at that? I mean, good night. I mean, look what you got here. It's amazing.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, it did. This was back when the technology just wasn't there. A 4K camera would have been production
Awesome.
quality.
Oh yeah,
would have been $20,000.
yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a 480p handy cam. So
No, I'm saying this is great, but I'm saying this is amazing as of right now. But I could have only imagined if in modern time, 2023, this is what you picked up there. And if you went on your trail and you had, like a 5K, good night. I mean, there's no telling how many more of these that you've walked by and just not, you know what I'm saying? You just haven't seen them. This is amazing, Scott. Thank you. And
it stayed there the whole time. You can see.
So you was walking away from it, correct?
I was walking away, didn't know it was behind me, and the camera was filming behind me.
Did you feel? Let me ask you. I'm always asking questions. Was the temperature changing in the air?
I didn't feel. That's the weird thing is, I didn't feel it, didn't know it, had no clue.
Wow.
It just I walked by and it began to manifest. There's a rock ledge right there. Now, the interesting thing about this whole area is I've found footprints and I've got other videos from this one little area in the trail. It seems to be it's where the portal comes in at. And so there's a lot of stuff happening in that area. And it's not even a quarter mile from the parking lot. I mean, it's right on the main trail.
So it's not even that far off the parking lot. So this is wow. You got a lot of missing people in this area, Scott?
Thank God, no.
Thank God.
But there's a lot of activity. I mean, this is a major trail. A lot of horse riders, a lot of women, a lot of children, a lot of stuff going on.
Interesting. Yeah. Wow. What? And this is good footage. So like I was.
Yeah, it's wicked cool.
Yeah.
Right here is a footprint I found about 3 years ago in the same area. So he got caught out in the trail and had to make a leap for it. And
how many toes does it have?
This one has 5. This one has 5 toes.
Yeah. This one looks like a 6, right?
Yeah, one of them is 6. This one's got 5 toes.
Yeah.
This is a hard packed ground. This used to be a road bed. And so when it hit on its left foot, it skidded forward and its toe sprayed. But my foot's 12 inches. And then, I'll show you that in here in a second. That is a 5. I did get a 5K of one. Here's her foot. She's a size woman 7. And that's the footprint.
Wow.
And then you were talking about let's see if I got it. So this was taken with the 4K back trail, and it's lined up because this picture is going in my book, and you got to do some make them lighter so when the book prints it doesn't go out. But this is the trail going out. This guy's up here across the creek, and he's back in the foliage. So there he is, and I put him in a box. And then if you watch, he kind of leans his head forward, and then his eyes and his face become visible. Y'all see that?
Oh, you can see it, yeah.
So
I do see it, yeah.
The mouth moving.
There's an eye. There's another eye. Those are the 2 best frames. I mean, that's what you get. This is 4K. He's complete. If you watch the mouth right here, pushes the foliage forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the foliage here on his cheeks. So he's about 9 foot tall.
You'll have to forgive me, Scott. I misheard you earlier during the broadcast. I thought you said it was like a four. I was thinking something different. You kept saying, "Forgive me, Scott." I thought you said something else, and you're saying 4K, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. I did not. I misunderstood what you said.
Yeah, that's 4K. That's
wow.
That's high def.
That's high def, and man, look at the quality. I mean, look at that. Yeah.
So,
and you're just walking around. You're just walking around doing your thing and praying and just capturing all the footage. And this stuff just starts manifesting just at random.
Yeah, I mean, this I don't even do research anymore. I don't quote research. I just I'm doing the video for you right there.
Sure.
You can see him right there popping. He's popping forward.
Interesting. Wow.
And yeah, I mean, and my take on it now is I'm not a fool. If they unfortunately they follow me around and manifest and do stuff, and you can and I've got the back trail. I got a 4K GoPro with stabilizer, and if one is silly enough to jump out, then I'll get him. This one right here, my boss actually found this one. He's a huge skeptic, and he said, "I think I found something in one of your videos," and basically I'm talking and flapping my jaws, and I'm shooting across my face. Let's see if y'all can see this one. And one of them pops his head up and goes right back down. Okay, all right, let me go back. It's very hard. All right, so y'all see my pointer?
Yep.
So watch this area right here where my pointer's at. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Watch this. See?
Oh, I see it move.
Did you see him pop up?
Yeah, I've seen it move. I've seen movement. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, see his head
right
go
there. Yeah.
It's his head. He just pops his head up and goes back down. See that?
Yeah, I see that, Scott.
So that was just a couple years ago.
So this is more modern. Okay, wow.
Yeah, the other one. That's this is. I'm not quote doing research, but you can see they're still watching me.
This is going to be a random question for you. I don't want have you ever looked in your family tree? Like, you don't have to disclose. You don't have to bring it up.
No, here, but I've had nobody, as far as I can tell, has had any experiences with Sasquatch or anything.
Very interesting.
I'm the first one that's had anything. Now here's the one. Yeah. Now here's the one that I think is one of my best. It's called the White Sasquatch. And can you see it up here?
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a close up. I didn't doctor that or anything. That's it. And I'm just going to loop it. Can you see it? Because I see it go down and back.
Oh, yeah.
See it?
Yeah, that's really weird. Yeah.
He comes up behind me. Basically, what it is I'm walking down the trail, got a camera on my shoulder. Unfortunately, this is 1080p, but the camera's not on a gimbal or anything, so it's really shaking and rocking. And he comes up here and he realizes, oops, he's got a camera, and then this all happens. This is 30 frames a second. This happens in 10 frames. He goes from being up in that position, going, and I've just looped it, so going, swinging back and forth.
Sure.
And stabilized, but you can see him go.
It reminds me, what's the other? There's other Sasquatches that start with Y. I know there's a Yeti. Was there
Urine,
and then there's one more. A Howie. Is it a Howie or a Yowie?
It's a Yowie.
Yowie. Yeah, that's what it reminds me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it reminds me.
Yeah, this guy here. Go ahead.
I was just saying the fur. The fur.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah.
This one,
crazy.
I've had multiple encounters with this one, and he's huge. Based on I went back and measured him based on the width of his head, and I got it off the size of this tree over here. He would be, if you put him in a statue calculator for a human being, based on the size of his head, he'd be about 14 foot tall.
Wow. Because of your perspective, like where you're standing, and you're 6'3", right? So it is. But based on what you,
What I did. Let me get it back up here.
That's amazing.
Hit this tree right here. I went back, and
it's a big tree.
I measured this tree, and then all you have to do is just take it over and go, okay, 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm
Sure.
saying?
Sure. Yeah.
As long as you keep the scale the same, and you can figure out how big it is.
So wow.
Yeah.
Not trying to be nosy, but any kind of military background or
Air Force.
Air Force. Air Force, really?
Yeah.
Well, man, thanks for the service, man.
Yeah,
It's a big Air Force is a big deal. My mind's gears are turning, man. I'll have to ask you off air some certain questions, but yeah, it's super cool, Scott. Yeah.
Did you show the portal yet?
If you want to see a really weird footprint, this was taken about 4 years ago. And this was
on your deck.
No, this was actually the ex-wife was on a trip with her daughter to Blue Ridge, and the ground had that powdery, it was a gravel driveway with powdery dirt, and there was a heavy dew, and this thing was walking around on the deck, leaving this footprint.
Isn't there such thing? Real quick, just Donna, you said Blue Ridge. Isn't there a Blue Ridge type of Bigfoot?
Yeah, there's not a top of Bigfoot. There's a Bigfoot museum down there.
Yeah, okay. Forgive me. I knew I was getting my stuff mixed up, but I knew it had associated with something like that. Really?
Yeah.
Well, see, I have a question for you. So these prints, right? So I know my uncle's watching. A couple years ago, he sent me these pictures. I don't have them on here, but he had this picture in his yard. There's 2 big footprints, like kind of just like this, sitting side by side, and they're a lot larger than a regular man, and they're imprinted in the grass. And there's no other footprints. It's just like right there in his yard. I even in my mind back then, I was thinking these things are reappearing and dematerializing and popping in and out, and literally to have some weight to you to put an impression on it's a well taken care of yard. You have this impression, and the grass starts to die. So I don't know what your take is on that. Just get my gears running when you're showing me this. So
yeah, well.
And did he show the portal picture yet?
Some sort of chemical, or in their oil in their skin, or they coming out of a portal, they could be, toxic.
Interesting.
I mean, that's just, let's see.
Yeah, somebody in the chat room
thank you,
there.
Scott. We thank you.
Somebody in the chat room there is asking about the portal. I don't know if you showed that yet. They want to see the portal. They want to see the portal shots.
Oh, you want to see photo shot?
A photo or video of the portals.
Oh, you want to go back to that? Oh, you want to see the pictures? Let's see.
If you got them, yeah.
Yeah, I got to find them. Like I said, I wasn't prepared. I really didn't think I'd.
That's all right.
I've had them all out, and literally just got to go.
And we thank you for your time, Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
I know you went over than what you promised us.
Oh,
I'm
sorry, Scott.
Thank you so much for your time.
You already showed him. I'm sorry. I guess the comment was from a while ago, so I apologize. I didn't mean to throw you off, Scott.
Yeah, this is really interesting, and thank you for going over the time that you appreciate you, brother. Yeah.
I'm just trying to. There they are. So here's a still capture portal, and I've circled it. You can see it, and then I'm just throwing it through different filters so you can see you see it. You can really see it there.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see that. This reminds me of, Scott. It reminds me when they did their testing and stuff with their LiDAR technology and everything, and all the stuff that they did with this stuff in Skinwalker Ranch with the different temperature changes. This imagery that you got here reminds me of the Skinwalker Ranch stuff. I don't know. It just reminds me of that. So
yeah, this is that creature that was manifesting inside the best picture I could get. I think.
So
no.
Yeah, I see that. It's elongated head.
He's got an elongated head. So yeah.
Interesting, Scott. Wow. So this stuff, it almost looks like when you're pitching, like when you're for example, when you're picking it up on a pixelation, like you was earlier, I misunderstood what you said, but you was taking a 4K video, 4K footage, all this good HD footage, 1080p, etc. So when you take the pixelations, and at the beginning of the broadcast, we was talking about, the lighting of things, like the dimensional, the dimensions and stuff like that. It's interesting. Our perception is, we can't see So these hybridization creatures can see differently than we can. Our perception's different. So because we're in this human flesh, it's interesting when you're seeing these pictures you're showing, they glow and you can see the actual forming of the being, right? So if it reminds me, 480p, like the television, all the television TVs, etc., and all the pixelation keeps getting better and better and better. But then it literally is manifesting like that in electrical. It looks almost electronical, to a point. It's just interesting. Have you ever took I know it's gonna sound real random. Have you ever went outside in the nighttime and took night vision goggles? Have you ever mustered up the courage to do that during the night?
No, yes, I have. I got some footage. A friend of mine sent me a night scope, and I got a little bit of footage of one hiding in a bush.
Wow.
In the next door neighbor's yard. I mean, it was that green night vision. It wasn't infrared. It was actually light gathering. It was like a starlight scope.
Wow.
Yeah, and everything was green, and you could make it out. It's not real good, but it was sitting there kind of just literally in the bush. People don't think that's how they hide. They will get inside a bush or foliage. I mean, get in it, just like you saw that one. This is what people have told me is a little person. This was taken with a black and white trail camera that I had. It was back in 2007, and I just put it up as a afterthought. But back then I couldn't afford anything, and this little being pops his head up, and you can see the blow up. That's what he looked like. And a lot of people say that. I had 2 or 3 Native American people contact me and said, "Well, that's one of the little people. You got to watch out for them. They're tricksters."
Yeah. Yeah.
And this was a feeding station back in the place where you exchange food and stuff and gave him food. And he was bent over eating a candy bar or something.
Wow.
And here's the interesting thing: I had really the better cameras were all around, and he managed to go under them so they didn't catch him. But the one camera that I just set off it just viewed the whole area, and it was black and white, and it gets him. It's always that camera that isn't worth anything, and it gets the footage.
Yeah, wow. Have you ever encountered any, I remember, he was talking earlier about grays, etc. Have you ever encountered anything in the form of a gray out in this area, or anything documented in any shape or form? Because this is just mind-boggling, really.
Yeah.
So,
I've had some grays here real quick. This is
very interesting.
This is another white Sasquatch. I caught him. I was coming down the hill, and he was standing. Unfortunately, this is 480p, as you can tell.
Yeah.
But you can see him pretty good.
Yeah. Wow.
And
there's one.
This is at night. This is behind my campground. I heard him walking.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Let's see.
So it's have you ever picked any orbs or anything to that nature that is moving it fast? Have you ever looked and filmed the sky, so to speak?
No, I haven't filmed the sky. Now,
sure.
I did get a UFO one.
Really?
Yeah, within the last 6 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Triangle,
no,
or
it was a ball. It was one of those silver balls that was tumbling, and
sure.
but it was luminescent. So you could see. I was just going to go through some photos real quick. You were talking about aliens. Remember that? This is that same feeding station where that black and white picture came from. This is one of the better cameras. And you can see this guy over here leaning out and looking at the camera.
It literally looks like the depictions that you see in movies and stuff like that with the large heads. I mean, aliens and stuff. So it's right there.
There's a zoom up of his head. I hate this editor's killing me. Let me go to a better editor.
Okay. Yeah, take your time.
It just shows half this, oh yeah. There we go.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, that's even better. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I had a camera here, and I had a camera straight across from it, and so they're just,
So whenever these things, so you haven't seen any temperature change. Have you ever had? Okay, here's a good question for you. Have you ever took an EMF reader with you? to regulate what's going on there? Have you had anything like that, a radiation detector? I'm just curious.
No, that's a good. I've thought about taking one. I probably should.
Absolutely. Let me know too, because I would just be so thrilled about it because there's so much. Oh my goodness. And another thing too, I say you have it, take a compass. Take your compass.
No, I do have a compass, and
I figured you did.
And I also have a laser. You know.
Oh wow!
If they're cloaked, if there's one cloaked in you with a laser, it's going to bounce.
Because it reflects, right? It reflects.
Yeah. Wow. If they got if they're in a cloak mode, it'll bounce it.
Wow.
They're bending the light somehow.
Wow.
Or it will just die. In other words, in the middle of nowhere, it'll just stop. Right? Because it's a solid object. They can't defeat the laser. And I've heard some people have told me that when they had them doing at night when they try to do the lasers, that's when they get violent because they know you can find them.
Wow.
And start throwing stuff. This is the old back trail camera setup. You can see I just had it strapped to my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little bit newer one, but
yeah.
So let's see. I go through real fast. People ask if they come in my backyard. Yeah, this was in the backyard. This was just all you could see was the eye shine.
Mm-hmm.
You got the mama holding the baby. You see the mama and the baby. Mama, and you see his head moves. He's looking, and then he looks away from the camera on this one. See it?
Mm-hmm.
His eye shot's gone. Then there's one eye, and then down here, and then he turns his head back.
Super cool. Wow.
Yeah, but that's about the best I could do in the backyard. They would, there's a good.
Interesting.
He is standing in in the neighbor's yard. The camera's facing that way, and they're in the tree. They're in what's the name of that tree? My mind's totally blank. And there's another shot of one.
Right wow.
That dogwood.
This reminds me
in a dogwood tree.
This reminds me, this imagery of that blast image that you just had up with the eyes there. It reminds me of something, maybe Aztec. There was I don't know if it's Aztec. It might be an Aztec ancient deity like they used to have. I just can't even remember the name of it on the top of my head. But they would build it into like the structures and stuff and the caskets and things, and it literally just looked just like it. It's phenomenal, man. Yeah. Some of that picture imagery that you had there. Yeah, wow.
So this is when I had both a Sasquatch and a alien thing. What was happening was I was way back in the Smoky Mountains, and I'm probably about almost a mile off any trail. And they started stomping their feet and mumbling, and they were wanting me to leave, and it was obvious. And I was literally you can see my face. I'm just spinning around in circles slowly, and this thing was just standing there, and I never saw it. And he was just standing right there, and you can see he said a silhouette. He's just frozen, he's not moving.
Interesting.
And you see that's his mouth, his cheekbone, his nose, his eye. And he's got a wound on his right arm. You can see the gray skin. But he let me see if it cut out. No, I'll eventually get to it. This is how I started using low tech. This is my deck, and there was dog food right here, and I kept the dogs. I have a run, so I keep the dogs off of this side, and I took a rake and I scraped the dirt, and so made dirt clods.
Mm-hmm.
And over a 2-week period, you can see what happened. They were standing here, packing it down and reaching in and pulling the dog food tub over and getting the dog food, and that's how I caught them. Low tech. They don't think like that's the best way to prove to yourself you're not crazy.
Well, I have a theory. So I'm kind of strange. I look at a lot of archaeology stuff and I look at a wide spectrum of things. Have you ever heard of the Nubian warriors, like Nubian people, right? It's ancient Egypt. They had a way to forge differently than your typical average in the Americas, a Native American. They would make crystal spears like javelins, arrowheads, etc. And it's blowing my mind right now. I'm contemplating all this, what you're saying, and you're talking about lasers reflecting off. And I've always had this theory that if the crystals if there's something to do with crystals that could defeat, you always hear the vampire, the Lycan stories of like silver bullets and stuff, etc. And I've always wondered if something to do with crystals, like literally crystal. And I just when I started singing crystal arrowheads here in Kentucky and all over the place, and then when I looked and traced it back, no joke, Scott, Eskapakakiki means, it's an ancient name. It's Indian. Eskapakakiki means kintake, and kintake means konvolki in ancient Greek. So konvolki means Nubian warrior. So I was like, how in the world do you have this stuff in America or in the United States, in Kentucky, on this? It's just a county over from me. They have this national landmark. It says Eskapakakiki, and it says kintake, and it's konvolki in ancient Greek, and it means Nubian warrior. Where does that come from, Scott? We was talking about Phoenicians and everything at the beginning of the broadcast. How does this technology get here? So then you're talking about these beings, and then when you start and you look at gates and portals, I've noticed that there's crystals laying all around, like I don't know about your area, but I have noticed all over there's crystal remnants of crystals, and it's just something to throw out there. I don't know if it hurts these beings because, projectiles of ammunition and everything. I don't know if it won't do nothing to them. So I'm wondering if something to do with the crystals could, defend yourself with these. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
it could be. I mean,
yeah.
Well, it definitely could be used, to focus energy, for sure. Or to, if you can concentrate light and make it like a makeshift laser, it may help. It may, help them locate them where they're at. Because if you could imagine having a cloak on the battlefield, would be, a huge advantage.
Well, you got prisms. When you hit it with a laser, it makes a rainbow, right? You have the light in the. So I see what you're saying. I mean, you'd have, and then if you could detect it, right? So the Indians would use sage and everything. And I've looked at this. They would go to the forest and literally go to the portals where these beings was taking their women and children, and they would go to war. So it's just really, this stuff is just blown. I just get this stuff. I could talk about this for 10 hours. But yeah, Scott. Yeah, man.
This is one that was hiding in a laurel thicket behind me. I hope there's its left eye, nostrils. Some people can see it and some people can't.
I see it. It's a one eye right now. I can see the one eye. Yeah.
He's in the middle of a laurel thicket. She was watching me. We call it a she. I got video of it. There's that one again. This is just a work folder that I've got. So,
Dan, your picture's in the way of. I'm sorry.
All right, now here's here's a close up. This is you said want to know if a gray alien ever.
Oh wow!
So this is and I put the square around and say, okay, the Sasquatch is here, and this thing's behind this tree looking out.
So this is at the exact same moment, correct?
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So when you look at, I know you've watched the Skinwalker Ranch stuff, right? What blew my mind is when the stuff with the temperature change and then stuff would start running across the cameras. So it's almost like I hate to use the word again, but there's something activating and everybody is going to the gate. It doesn't, whatever type of being it is, they're going for it. Yeah, and you got dogmen and everything, right? So it's just wild stuff, Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I wish it was better. Like you say, the problem with 1080p is you can see my face is kind of clear, but this stuff way behind me, when you try to blow it up, you get that.
Sure.
And then you got your detractors.
Yeah.
All it is blow up. There you go. Creepy looking dude, ain't he?
Looks like gray.
Yeah. Not, I wouldn't want to meet him. That's a couple frames later, and his face is almost morphing.
Interesting.
Besides, that's what I always found weird about some of these things. Their faces, they morph, they change. Here's this is the best I could do. Forgive me, but you can see through the frames through the video how his face kind of gets different.
So is it okay? Well, so all right. I wanted to ask you this. You was talking about Missing 411 documentary with the alien, and David did an awesome job at that with the alien stuff and the Missing 411 UFO connection. What I was going to say here just reminded me, it dawned on me when we was talking about grays. Like you was talking about missing time at the beginning of the broadcast, missing time and stuff you've experienced. And I remember looking at that movie and watching it and just trying to, comprehend what I was watching. And they was talking about they find his, his weapon here, his backpack here, etc. And then it would go up a mountaintop, right? Does this area have any mountain ranges? I mean, in the area within a mile or so, you can hit a mountain or so. Okay, I knew you in the Smoky. I mean, in that area, I figured it. But this particular pictures, is it in a valley or is it like higher elevation? Just out of curiosity.
It's different areas. I mean, like Like one of the areas is down on Tellico Lake, but it's still in the mountains. You know what I'm saying? It's in the foothills.
Sure.
So
I got you.
It's what I would consider a mountain lake. So yes.
Oh wow.
And there's granite and there's a lot of rocks around.
So here's the thing that blows my mind. So if you go and you have these entities, these beings pop up, these Sasquatch, whatever, and then somebody goes missing, right? And they have if you send a platoon of army or militant, and then you block it all off, and then you start looking at the data, you start seeing the stuff. He drops his stuff here, has his food bag here, etc. His clothes are all folded up nice and pretty, or whatever the scenario is, and they're dry. It's almost like they went from A, B, C, D, E. Is it possible that there's a time displacement when you can't find the scent? When the dogs go to get dispatched and they can't smell the scent, is it because there's time dilation? I mean, I don't know. I know anything goes in the spiritual warfare fray. We're talking about a wide variety of things, but time dilation, right?
I mean, me and Dave, I'm very good friends with him, and he is, made the connection with this missing 411 and UFOs now. But, and he's still not saying what's doing it, but it's very specific set of circumstances. But these people, like you say, when they disappear, sometimes like they'll disappear, they'll search the area 5 or 6 times, and then when they find the person alive or find the body, the body's left where they've already searched.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever is returning them, dead or alive, is putting them where they'll be found. But and the clothes being removed and all that, one thing about clothes being removed, your clothes are where your smell is, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to kidnap somebody, you don't want dogs to follow. You at least take their shoes off.
Yeah.
And sometimes and their clothes. And so in my opinion, it's probably a combination of things. It's probably abductions. It could be that people walk through a portal by accident, or a lot of these disappearances happen near water, near granite. In areas that are electromagnetic fields are very high.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's why I think the Indian mounds and everything are built around water sources. It's something to do with the connection with all this. I mean, there's a big connection. I mean, heck, in certain parts of the eastern, up into the eastern part of the Americas here toward Dan, they literally talk about these beings coming out of the water. It's not too far from the Niagara Falls, because Dan mentioned Niagara Falls earlier. They talk about the beings would come out of the water, and they was giant. So it's kind of interesting. They talk about giant reptilian people and then literally giant men. So it's interesting how this all just connects it's like a big puzzle. We're getting the pieces thanks to the Father in heaven. I mean, He's really pouring out a lot of knowledge here. We're just regular old boys trying to figure it out. But go ahead, Dan. Was you going to say something?
So just a bunch of good old boys.
Just a good old bunch
Never
of good old boys.
mean any harm.
But
Duke's song.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this is that entity that was on the shoulder of the dog man, or on this side of his head. See this thing? Weird little nostrils. His mouth, I've got a video, his mouth was moving the whole time. I mean, he was squawking.
Really?
I don't know what he was saying to him, but he was going to town. Yeah.
So when this happens, does the birds and everything, do they just start disappearing? Like, does the birds just vanish? Animals, creatures start going quiet? Crickets, bugs, etc. Does everything just start going super quiet?
Sometimes.
Very interesting.
Sometimes there's nothing. The birds don't, do anything. Everything's normal. And then sometimes it gets really quiet. It just depends.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I just curious. What you you've got a plethora. You got all kinds of data, all kinds of information and knowledge, my friend. This is all. I'm so glad that you didn't have to show all this stuff. Thank you so much. It's awesome. I think everybody's enjoying it too. They love your work. So,
well, people like to see pictures. I got
pictures and videos. Illustrations, great.
Yeah.
It's not just a bunch of guys talking out of their butts.
This is one that's behind me. See here? Pretty easy. It's a gray one.
Well, it looks like what was the Tales from the Crypt guy, back in the day. Kind of looks like that to me. That's what mine resonates with.
That's a cutout. You can see his eyes really good there.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
go
ahead.
Go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying one of the interesting things is, this is 1080p. He's at a distance. There's another good one. He's at a distance, so most people don't realize that when you got a digital camera, it has an algorithm in it that is doing a mean average of the colors.
Sure.
And so this thing, it's coming out like, there's that's its right eye, that's its left eye, there's its nose, there's its head, and there's its left shoulder. It's all gray, but that's what the camera is coloring it. It may not be all gray, or it may be, it may be, two tones of gray.
Sure.
I've actually done this experiment before. What it does is the camera takes the mean average, and it will change things color. If something's in the middle of a bush, and the thing that's in the middle of the bush is, let's say, blue, and the rest of the bush is green, it will change that one blue thing to green. And what I've done is I've actually been on the side of the trail, and I went off the trail with the camera, me in just normal, hiking clothes. And I went 10 yards, stopped, and turned around. You can kind of see me decently good. I went 20 yards. It became very difficult with the camera. The naked eye, you could see me plain as day. The camera, I'm beginning to fade, and I'm becoming a blob squatch, okay? I get about 40 feet from the camera. It turns my face and my clothes green. And I almost completely disappear from the camera's viewpoint. So it's very difficult to get these things on camera because of that. People don't understand that. And it's the same way, when people get these immaculate wildlife shots, they're in a blind, they've been camping out for 3 months, they have a $100,000 camera, super HD, that they can zoom in and get these pictures. When you're trying to just capture these beings in their, out in the woods, it's so hard. And even like I said, I can easily demonstrate it. I've done it before. Even a human being will disappear and look just like this. So
interesting.
I've just got, this is just all the years of research. Here's the orbs. I'm just looking for them. So this is sitting on my back porch, and you can kind of see it's like a conduit, and then there's the ball going through it, right?
Sure.
And that's one, and that's another one. It's a different.
Me and my brother's got a bunch of pictures of those.
And then this one right here is the last one, where you got one going this way, one coming down and going that way, and the third one going across.
Well,
I didn't see these things. I didn't see them when it happened.
Yeah, you don't see them with your naked eye. Yeah, we got a bunch of pictures of those when we used to. He still got them too when we were into the paranormal stuff, and thousands of orb pictures and everything. He's got a whole hard drive full of.
Yeah,
this is one.
These are a couple that were probably donors to the. I had tape on this tree over here on the left. This is an infrared picture at night on a game trail camera, and you can see there's two of them. And they, everybody says, "Well, this one's got a Jimmerani bulbous nose," and I said, "Well, that's exactly right." "Well, that's not what they look like." And I said, "How do you know what they look like?" "I've never seen one, but I know that's not what they look like." I said, "Oh, enlighten me." Well, that's what I thought. You've never seen one. How do you know? But yeah, this little knob right here is 8 foot off the ground. So
Wow. Wow.
That one's peeking around. I was just showing, and I'm sorry that pictures are kind of light. When you try to put them in a book, you've got to lighten them up, or they'll just come out black.
Sure.
But this one was on a plot watcher, and he was looking around this tree. You can see here's the day he was there, and there's the day before, and he wasn't. Let's see. I just got all kinds of craziness.
So, I have this crazy question to ask on this broadcast tonight.
Sure.
Just not to get personal, I'm not trying to ask too much here on air, but when you was in the Air Force, did you ever fly in the ocean or anything? Like literally?
No, I was.
Okay.
Well, I was stationed in Germany. I was telecom.
Oh.
I was a telecom operator.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Just curious.
But I did see UFO reports. So
really, wow. Well, what do you think about Sinking of Grays? We've reported on here on Spiritual Warfare Friday. Me and Dan did a UFO show. We talked about. I presented some documents that the FBI. It was back in 1947. It was talking about a flying roll. We presented the PDF file and all this stuff. It had all this information. It's talking about Roswell. It talked about the beings that was in Roswell, and it was literally referring to giants, like a giant. It was no, they didn't say giants. Forgive me, human, like larger stature being.
No, it's from
What's
the
your take
actual
on that?
FBI.
And they was talking about telepathic. Sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
I was
They was
gonna
talking
say
about
that
telepathic vehicles and stuff.
That was actually an FBI document right from the website.
Yeah, it was FBI to the FBI director back in 1947, and it's a little different than the Green Man narrative, right?
Yeah.
But what's your take? I don't know if you ever heard of it. We presented a few months back, but I don't know what your take is on the Roswell narrative, Scott.
Well, my take is that obviously, I don't know if that was to give us technology. My working theory is we made a deal with the devil, literally.
Yeah.
And they agreed to give us, if we let them experiment and got out of their way and worship them, then and allowed them to, we wouldn't interfere and we would allow them to do their experiments, then they would give us technology. And I think they did it under the guise of the UFO crash and the aliens. I think that, I agree. I think the Greys are genetically engineered avatars that the demons get in and reanimate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they walk funny and act funny and sometimes do stupid stuff. Is because you've got a Nephilim that used to be a giant plugged into a body that's now a little gray.
Sure.
So it's here's my thing, and who was it? Chuck Missler and a couple other people I respect
Tom
had this
Horn.
take on it.
Yeah.
God talks about animals after their kind, and they have spirits or souls after their kind.
Yep.
And a human being has a kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a demon, a human spirit, can only inhabit a human body. I don't believe demons can go into a dog, or when they went into the pigs. The reason the pigs killed themselves is because the spirits were incompatible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the pigs knew, and the pigs would rather die than have these things in them. And so, when you're creating a body to reanimate, for a spirit to go into and to animate, to incarnate, it has to be compatible. And so that's why they're doing these human hybrid gray-like beings to put so these demons can literally possess the body.
Mm-hmm.
But it's that's the tech. I mean, there's a lady in Dr. Carla Turner that did Masquerade of Angels and others. She was one of the first people to actually look at this, and she confronted the UFO community with, these beings are demonic. These beings are lying. These beings are evil. And she was early on, but she also unfortunately, to her demise, figured out that they were working, these beings, these demons were working with the U.S. government. And that got her killed, because she made the mistake of announcing that some of the ladies that she worked with ladies in Tennessee and Kentucky that had been abducted, woke up during the abductions in these underground bases, and they remembered officers and they remembered the names. And then they went and they tracked down, and sure enough, the officer was working at bases near this area. And they were going to out these officers, and then all of a sudden she got a cancer and died in 2 months.
Oh my goodness, Scott.
Yeah, big mistake. Big mistake. But one of the things she said was when she was talking to one of the women, the woman was showed clones of herself and told her that they could take her soul out of this body and put it in that body, and or they could just replace her with, and no human would know the difference, and it upset her, and she got real upset and was crying. And one of the beings came to her and says, "Why are you upset?" She says, "Well, I don't. You're going to move my soul." And the being looked at her and said, "Don't you understand that these bodies are like clothes and you can change them? That's not really you. That's not your spirit and soul. And you can just, and you can just change it.
Wow.
It's, and because this being had already been, lost its body and then gained another one. And that was
Wow.
its perspective to her. And so I think that's doable, and they do it, and there's a protocol to do it, and they get these demons, that's how they get their bodies back.
Mm.
And I don't want to know that I've heard rumors that in some of these witchcraft books that there's formulas and incantations to do it, but I ain't even gonna look at it. But supposedly it's there's a soul transfer protocol. And,
Wow.
of course, the fallen angels know it, right? So
Sure.
I'm sure they perform it.
It reminds me that I wouldn't recommend watching it, but it reminds me of that Altered Carbon that was on Netflix. I don't watch anything on Netflix anymore, but the Altered Carbon that came out a couple years ago, they would do that. They would call them sleeves. They would just drop their sleeve and get a new one or whatever. It reminded me of that when you were saying that. It's pretty wicked stuff,
Yeah, and I think that's closer to reality than we realize, and it really freaks people out. But that's, I think I'll stop sharing. That's what's going on. I think that's my personal opinion. That's a lot of this stuff. That's what and that's what makes the Sasquatch, in my opinion, so dangerous. There are some that do good, and a lot of people swear, well, they're just peaceful and they don't do anything, and this one helped me and this one saved a life, and those are true stories. Those are and I don't doubt that. But the problem is, you have a being that is cursed and doesn't have a human soul, so they are wide open to oppression and demonic influence and fallen angel influence.
Absolutely.
So you may have one that has chosen to do good and has thrown it off, and for however they do it, it may be saved. Can you imagine how they would be dogged by the fallen angels and the demons for changing sides? So I just can't. It probably would be unreal. So what if you associate with a Sasquatch and get into some sort of relationship with them, where it's feeding stations or whatever you're doing? You open yourself up to all this demonic activity, and it's very dangerous because they can't control what's following them. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're good, they're from that part, I guess, they're from that neighborhood, and the thugs are coming with them. And then you're going to expose yourself to those things. You're going to expose yourself to demonic influence, fallen angels, and whatever else, Satan has, working and going on out there. So that's always the danger. That's why I stopped associating with it, and doing the quote active research, because, I'm putting myself in danger and my loved ones. You've heard of the hitchhiker effect, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's real, and see those guys that were those scientists at Skinwalker Ranch, that they had it happen to them. That they would leave the ranch, go back to one guy lived in Maryland, near Washington D.C., and his wife and his children. I mean, there were dog men in the backyard in Maryland, and his child was seeing it. His neighbor's child was seeing them. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So it can affect, your immediate family and your friends. The wives of these scientists, the scientists didn't get sick, but the wives started having fibromyalgia, cancer issues, all kinds of, illnesses. And the only common thread was that their husbands worked at Skinwalk. And a lot of these guys, I don't know if you've seen some of the interviews, they wouldn't go back. They were, after like, a few months out there and they go back home, they won't go back. It's too dangerous.
Absolutely.
And so there's a real danger to these things. I mean, people think, well, it's just a spiritual thing. Well, it can manifest, and God doesn't always stop them from hurting people.
Yeah.
It's his will, and God is going to protect me, and I pray and hope he does, but there may be one day he lifts the protection for whatever his will is. And so you just never know when that day is going to be. And, you know what I'm saying? It's just,
yeah. Wow.
So I choose not to tempt God or tempt fate.
Absolutely. You're
Same here.
That was just when you said fibromyalgia and different things that's popping up on people. It blew my mind. I was looking at a document not too long ago, a couple months back, and it was a government document. It's talking about what I was researching was cattle mutilations, and one thing led to another about the effects it had on a human aspect. So what you just said, I have read, and it is very true. You're talking about different conditions, symptoms of other things, and all kinds of stuff, and it can cancerous and all kinds of really just bad things. And it's a lot of mutations. It can cause mutations.
Oh yeah.
And it's I think this is why sometimes in that you'll have like in abductees and stuff, there's a lot of different comparisons to the family members. They're all similar, and it could be a 70-year different in age with these very similar effects, right? Some creepy stuff, Scott. I
got a question here.
Really?
Crystal Gross in the chat room.
My bedtime.
Yeah, and you've been very generous, and you went 3 hours with us, my friend. And it has been such a pleasure, Scott. Me and Dan has been we're very honored
Scott,
for you to be on here. And man, God bless you, my friend.
I got a question from somebody in the chat room.
Come on, I can get a little presentation together. So, some of this will be a little bit more organized. And I'm just searching through my files.
You did everything.
Hey, Brian, could you hear me?
It was perfect. It was perfect, brother.
Brian, I think you muted me again.
Well, good. I'm glad. Hopefully somebody get touched and blessed by it. Hopefully, someone who's thinking about doing the Sasquatch research or doing it will now reconsider, because if you ask me, when people ask me, I want to research Sasquatch, I said, no, go golfing, go fishing. I said, it's just not an endeavor you need to get into because of this. It's the unintended consequences, and it's not a family-friendly activity. And so, just if I could press upon anybody that's watching that either is or thinking about getting into it or knows somebody that is, pray for them and try to encourage them to stop.
Yeah.
Before stuff starts happening, if it's not already happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, could you hear me, Brian?
I think Dan's having audio.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to ask you a question.
Can you guys hear me?
It's not letting. Dan, you're not muted on my end. So you might be unmute yourself. You're unmuted. I just seen it pop in and out. You're unmuted.
Yeah.
So
you hear me
might
now?
be the mic, my friend. But Dan wants to ask you a question.
Sure.
And he has.
Can you hear me now?
He is muted. I cannot hear. Dan.
Yep.
Dan's trying to say something, Brian. Yeah, everybody. Dan, I promise, my friend, I did not mute you. It's probably on your settings because I've seen it pop in and out, and you are clear to go on my end. You are not muted, my friend. So it might have been the rearrangement. I was wondering why he was so quiet the whole entire time, and that's not good. Listen. When I have the tools,
he's going and messed it up again.
I'm not intentionally doing it. I don't know what's going on there.
Brian's going and messed it up again.
Yeah.
Can you get to the chat and type it out?
Yeah, just I don't know. I promise, Dan, you're not muted. You could pop in and pop back out. Pop in and pop back in, and maybe it might not mess everything up, Dan. Do that. I'm sorry, brother. I threw the heater, everybody in the chat. Yeah, but
I'm trying to ask a question from Crystal Jones.
Yeah, pop in, pop out. That's the question. Oh, I'm sorry. He goes, would you ask Scott if he's been off the 7,000 road near Greenwater, Washington? Had many experiences off the road with DC, and curious if he's been up there.
No,
that's him. He has not been up there.
I've not been up there. No, I don't usually like people will say, "Hey, I've got a spot. You come investigate," and I just don't do site investigations. I just don't see a need in it. No, if I've worked with a couple people that had Sasquatch problems, or well, more than a couple, and I give people ideas of things to do to keep the Sasquatch off the property, both spiritual and practical. And so and I would love. This is my dream, to get a ministry started where I can go free of charge to through someone's home or area that's having a trouble, and helping them, not to go quote get pictures of it or investigate, but literally go help them, and try, with the trail cameras and the lighting and the spiritual warfare side of it, to and see if we can solve the situation.
Yeah.
Or at least you can't. Here's the thing: once I opened myself up that spiritual law, I couldn't close the door again. It's open. It's always open. They're always going to have access to me. Now, the rebuking kind of put a bubble around me. I figured out just by experience it's about 300 feet. So they can't. They stay out. They stay off my property, literally. Now that doesn't mean they can't stand right across my property line, scream, yell, and throw stuff and act up, but they can't. Yeah. That's as close as they can come. When I'm out in the woods, the bubble's about 300 feet. But that doesn't mean they're not going to, they're not. But there's also, I figured out there's a dominion issue with them. A lot of people say, well, you could just, like if you bought 100 acres somewhere and there was a Sasquatch clan already living there, and that clan had been on that property for a couple hundred years, they technically had dominion. And you move in, you can't rebuke them. God won't honor that. You can't rebuke them off of it. And some people have tried to do that. Now, you can rebuke them from your living area, and they'll stay back, but they won't leave your property. And they will, and if they want to make, like they will, kill your chickens, and do all these bad, these things, run your livestock, destroy your cabins. So. Now we had this real quick, and I got to go. It's a long. I had a guy called Mike the Rancher, and I kind of did the saga, and I published it, and we talked about it on video. But he had a family ranch situation in Colorado, and he had a very large ranch. It was a working ranch, cattle farm. He had cattle, and then in the fall he did hunting. He did guided hunting. They were destroying his hunting cabins. They were stealing and killing his chickens. They were killing his goats, and they were destroying his property. They were coming to the house and looking in the window. And so we tried rebuking. It was all learning. We'll try this, And it worked as far as keeping them away from his home. In other words, they stopped approaching the house. But it didn't stop them from killing the chickens, destroying the barn, continuing to destroy his property. And so I kind of read the account where Isaiah bought the, again, I'm having the brain fart, Sarah's grave, where he bought, he went in and he bartered with Nephilim and bought the grave from them. They wanted to give it to him and he refused. And how, in other words, he respected their property rights. And even though he probably could have took it, or could have forced, the property away from him, he didn't do that. And so that's with Mike the Rancher. That's what we ended up doing. I said, I want you we'll try this. All it can do is not work. I said, let's try bartering a deal with them. This is a barter. This is not a homage. You don't give them anything. You're going to barter a deal with them. And so I said, and so with the deal we came up with is if he goes hunting and takes animals, then he will when he guts the animals, he will give them the liver and the heart, and he'll set it out for them. And in exchange for that, they will not destroy his cabins and destroy his livestock. And he said, well, they won't, how do I do this? I said, you go to areas where they've been, and you just talk to the woods and they'll hear you. They'll be there. They follow you anyway. And so he did that. And it took a couple of times, but they honored the deal. And he has peace on his property. He's made peace.
Wow.
He's literally got like a peace pact with them.
Wow.
But it was bartered. They had dominion. He rebuke all day long, twice on Sundays. It wasn't going to stop them from having that dominion over that property.
Yeah.
That was their territory. So, and
wow.
he didn't have an edict from God to go in, and supernaturally remove them. So,
wow.
So it's not the same dichotomy, as it used to be. So that's what I'm saying. That can happen, and there's some people in that situation. It's real sad to get an email from someone who's, this being from Kentucky, finally got that mountain, that 50 acres in the mountains, builds their cabin, and then everything's great and wonderful, and then they get waking up one night with this big ugly face, looking in the staring at Sasquatch, staring in at them. And then I get the email, what am I going to do? I my life savings went in this property. I can't move, but I can't stand having this thing looking at the window at me.
Yeah.
So just pray that if God ever opens that door, that because it'd be one of those deals where I'd have to be supported, because to do it for free, and that's the only way it would work.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: they do a lot of this stuff to many people in rural areas, just low income. There's nothing wrong with that, but there's just people are lower means that are scraping or just getting by. And for some reason, that's who they go after. That seems to be who they attach, and I think they do it on purpose, because these people don't have the means to fight back. Or what I'm saying, they don't have the resources. They almost seem to know that.
Yeah.
And so every now and then you'll get someone that has the ability to do some things financially, but a lot of these people say, I don't even have the money to go buy trail cameras.
Yeah.
I'm trying to feed 3 kids or 4 kids.
Yeah.
So anyway, think about me and pray for me about that one.
Absolutely.
That's been on my mind and on my heart.
Absolutely.
Hey, Scott, you've been on for 3 hours. So, yeah, that's awesome. You said you gave us 2, but you gave us 3. So you said 3, you gave us 3. 2, I'm sorry. I'm just tired today. You said 2, gave us 3. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Bless you, Scott.
Yeah. Well, guys, y'all have it. Y'all going on, I guess. Yeah.
we usually take calls. But next time you come on, if you want to come back on the spiritual warfare, we can take calls next time, and you can come on and answer a bunch of questions.
Absolutely. That'd be awesome. Yeah, anytime you want to come back on or work it out with Brian, and we'll get you right back on, continue, because I'm sure you got a million other stuff to talk about, and we'll do some of that and take some calls and all that. And I appreciate you so much, Scott.
Oh, no problem. I enjoyed it, and it was a blessing, guys.
Amen.
It is a blessing.
And guys, if you want to follow Scott, all his information, websites, everything is all in the description of the video here on YouTube and Rumble.
Thank you, guys. And God bless.
Yeah. God bless you, Scott. Have a good evening.
All right. Bye-bye.
So, whoops, I'm
on top of you. Probably rearrange the camera there once he.
Yeah,
probably rearrange it. Yeah. Hey, real quick, if you haven't subscribed to the Dan Bidondi Show, hit that like button and subscribe. And also, Visual Disturbance. The link is probably at the very bottom, but it's on there.
Easy to find.
It's somewhere on there. Just subscribe to Visual Disturbance channel and also, like I said, truthradioshow.com. Go check that out. And then the Dan Bidondi Show, go check out that and subscribe and hit that like button. So, And we thank you all for all your. Hey, Dan, do you have enough energy left in the tank?
Yeah, we want to go through those slides you made because you did a awesome job on those.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to pop them up there, we can kind of we'll talk about them a little bit. And if you want to, I can throw some Google Earth stuff up since it's a Sasquatch and Bigfoot show. Why not? Let's rock this thing. And I wish I had enough time with Scott on here, but Scott has a ton of information that he has in his head. So praise God for him, and we are very thankful that he got to pop on here. But hey, do you want to take calls, Dan? Do you want to take calls tonight?
A few minutes after the slides.
Okay, let's take a few calls and we'll do these slides and do this Google Earth
Crystal
thing.
Gross is like, oh yeah, I gotta tell you and Brian gotta get John to do another Rip It. So what you guys need to do if you want to see another Rip It, you all need to message John Hall and tell him. It's like message on his Facebook and his shows and all that in the comments section. Keep saying we want to see Rip It again. So John's like busy, so I mean, like he's like with him doing all that, the Rip It, his remnant restoration, like 5-6 days, week of shows, and the Midnight Ride, he got a little burned out doing that, you know what I mean, and you use up to 10 or 11 shows total a week, that's a lot, that really is. So that's why Rip It ain't on right now because. He got way overwhelmed, you know what I mean, and and rightfully so because of like all that work schedule. Like prepping shows takes a long time, and he's prepping his own stuff, doing stuff for Nice TV, our stuff, this stuff, and making thumbnails for me and everything else. He was just like he had 10 plates full and then some. So, but anyway, if you want to see the Rip It, guys, contact John Hall and say, hey, bring back the Rip It.
Yeah, you better get ready to
Rip It. Yeah. We can hear about poopy diapers and milk crates and.
Yeah, well, we made a trailer. We made a video. Me and Joshua put up a bunch of a bunch of clips together. Made a really cool video. I know a lot of people's watched it, and it's pretty funny.
Yep.
So.
Hashtag blow John's mailbox up.
Yeah, but. Yeah, we appreciate all the newcomers. I see a ton of people in the chat that's new to the Spiritual Warfare Fridays, so it's awesome to have everybody in here. God bless you all, and me and Dan are very appreciative. And Jason in the background, and Dan and Dan tore up the mic. Dan and Jason tore the mic up. Don't blame me. That was not my fault, brothers and sisters. But you can blame me anyways, Dan.
Ryan's dropping pieces again.
Yeah. But yes, we appreciate everybody subscribing, and like I said, subscribe to Dan's show, and then it's in the visual disturbance show, visual disturbance channel, links in the bottom, and we thank you everybody too that's always donated to us and support the channel.
Yeah,
but we don't like to crack.
And I apologize, guys. I don't like to. I mean, I feel bad when I put the link out there. You know what I mean? And I even talk about it. It's just like because I don't want to be like one of those like 700 Club, fake ministries or anything like that. Oh, we want your money. You know what I mean? But we do got a link here that takes any kind of payment at all, and it goes to our PayPal account. But this is a Ko-fi. It's a donation link that supports operations. So any amount, guys, you want to throw at us, we highly appreciate it. It helps pay for the rent in the studio, the streaming services on Rumble, equipment that we need, and all that stuff. That's the only reason why we do that. And if I had that, money would, I wouldn't even do that, because I work a full-time job for my family, so doesn't Brian support his family and all that. So that's the only reason why we do that. So I only like to mention it once now on the show, you know what I mean? And we do go, I put in the description, this is in the description and also in the chat room. If anybody wants to donate, that's right there. But the best you could do is better than money is to pray for us. That's number one, because God will provide either way. So, and I got the slides ready, so in order there.
Absolutely,
so
absolutely. And if everybody's new to the channel on Spiritual Warfare Friday here, I do a lot of giant videos. I love the whole narrative. I love the biblical narrative, and I like UFOs, talking about that, and Bigfoot. So go check out the visual disturbance. I got a ton of content on there talking about all that stuff. So, but yeah, as of tonight, Dan wants to put the slides up. God bless you, Dan. I didn't even know. Well, I thought, maybe he's not going to put them on, but if you want to put them up there and display them, go for it, my friend.
You want to read them?
If I can, I know there's like a 30-second delay. But we can kind of overview it. We can overview it if you want to pop them up. But so tonight we talked about, Genesis 6 verse 4, talking about giants in the earth in those days, and also after that we're talking about after the flood. And then also I had some ape if you want, whenever you put them up there a day, and I can just kind of elaborate.
Jason's my brother has his channel, his brand new channel. He's in the.
Oh yeah.
Do I get him in this?
Yes, it's true.
If not, I'll put it in there. But I think I got his link in there. No, I mean,
subscribe to Jason's channel for sure. Yeah, give him some love. Yeah.
I gotta put up new content.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't watch Jason Bidondi. Yeah,
I'll put that up in the chat room.
He's on a motorcycle's logo. You can't miss it.
Yeah.
So
go straight to the point.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
So yeah, these I made a few slides for tonight's show. This one's just kind of brief overview of what we talked about tonight. Bigfoot, also commonly referred to as Sasquatch, reported to ape-like creatures said to inhabit the forests of America. Scott did a fabulous job on talking about all kinds of variety of stuff that he's found with the Sasquatch narrative and the Bigfoot narrative. And there's like if you get into the biblical narrative and look in the Old Testament, there's 36 tribes of giants, right? So if you look at all that, and then you look at all the manipulation, like Scott was referring to earlier in the broadcast, talking about hybridization creatures, etc. And if you look at that and you think about it, really where we are in 2023 and how this could be a thing that could be a wide variety of creatures. We're talking about dogmen on this show, we talk about Bigfoots, and we're talking about gray aliens, little fairies, etc. There's all kinds of stuff that's been documented. You can look in the Book of Enoch. It talks about the angelic beings, taking on all kinds of different creatures and having offspring, so to speak. And it's just a wide variety of things, different cattle, all kinds of stuff, bugs, etc. The defilement of, the pure, as far as the purity of the creatures of the earth, they was defiling, the devil was having all kinds of ways to try to manipulate and destroy what God put into play. So it's just interesting. This whole show has been amazing. I really have enjoyed it. And but yeah, if you want to switch over to the next few slides, I mean, I know you showed a couple of the Bigfoot ones. I guess we can skip through them real quick.
No, the top, Genesis 6:4, which we.
Oh, you're the Genesis 6 verse 4.
Actually, I could read the first three because I showed them.
Yeah, read the first three because I can't see it pop up fast enough. So yeah, read the first three, my friend. Thank you.
Okay, the first one, he has Bigfoot, also commonly referred to as a Sasquatch, is a perpetrated ape-like creature said to inhabit the forests of North America. And tales of wild, hairy humanoids exist throughout the world, and such creatures appear in the folklore in North America, including the mythologies and indigenous people, which is Indians. Bigfoot is an icon within the fringe subculture of cryptozoology and an enduring element of popular culture. And the majority of mainstream scientists have historically discounted the existence of Bigfoot, considering it to be the result of a combination of a folklore, misidentification, and hoax rather than a living animal. Folklorists trace the phenomenon of Bigfoot to a combination of factors and sources, including indigenous cultures as in Native American tribes, and the European and man figure folklore tales, wishful thinking, a cultural increase in environmental concerns, and overall social awareness of the subject that have been cited in additional factors. So, and we already went through this verse earlier about Genesis 6:4. There were giants on earth in those days, and also after that. The sons of God came into the daughters of men and bare children unto them, and which became mighty men, which were older men of renown. So, not just giants, but they Greek mythology because of that. So everything, I have to say this, like Greek mythology, most of it's true. There's no mythology about it at all. And except for the one point they messed up, they thought the fallen angels were gods and the sons were demigods, which is, it's backwards because the fallen angels are actually sons of God and the Nephilim were the children were the Nephilim, not demigods, So, there's a lot of truth to Greek mythology, tons of it, because you don't make that stuff up out of your imagination. Half man, half Hawaiian with a lion's head, stuff like that. Those things really existed. Like the movie 300, right? People say, "Oh, they're just mythological creatures." No, those things existed. You don't pull that out of somebody's imagination. Steven Spielberg or whoever wrote that film didn't come up with that out of the imagination. Everything's based off of some sort of truth, you know. And the thing is, why they teach Greek mythology? You know what I mean? Because I'll tell you why. Because they're silently preparing you for the return of those things. To say they are our creators, like the movie The Known and all that, they're going to lie to everybody. To say they're our creators, they were here in the beginning, which they were. They helped mankind build these major cities, historical ancient cities, which they did. You know what I mean? And a lot of the pyramids were built by them and everything. And like ancient structures all over the world, like mammoth-sized ancient structures. That not even today, the best equipment we have in the world right now, right? The best technology, the construction, all that, not even compared. They couldn't even remotely match what they built back then. So we brag about we got more technology than anybody and everything else and blah, 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 you know, than ever before. It's a joke. We are not anything like we were back then. That technology surpasses all of us. You know, anything you could think of and everything else, there's nothing new under the sun, you know. These ancient structures, they're still standing today. You build these companies, right? They'll build a building, right? It's a joke, or a house. Within 10 years without proper maintenance, the thing falls apart. These things have been standing for thousands of years and still going to be there for probably until the Lord quenches the earth with fire. You know, so
Absolutely.
This is historical stuff, and the thing is, here's the thing: their fingerprints literally are all over this planet. Through the structures and everything, you know what I mean? And the creation is proven. You know, in every ancient culture talks about giants. Every ancient culture talks about the Great Flood. Every ancient culture talks about the Watchers. So no matter how you slice or dice it, all right, you're not getting out of it. You know what I mean? In today's society, we're more sophisticated society. Are you really? When you live in a bunch of dumbed down systems, like school systems and all that dumb people down. So are you really in a sophisticated society when a 12-year-old knew the Bible better than most pastors on TV? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, guys, for the rant, but let me get back to these here. But the wild man of the woods, the Woodwose, and Woodwose is a mythical figure that appears in the art of literature of medieval Europe, comparable to the satyr, a faun type in the classical mythology, and Sylvanus, the Roman god of the woodlands. So the skunk ape is commonly described as a biblical ape-like creature, approximately 1.5 to 2.1 meters. It's 5 to 7 feet tall, and covered in mothered reddish hair. Brown hair, and a skunk ape is often reported to similar stature compared to the traditional descriptions of Bigfoot from the northern U.S. and Canada, and the name for the foul odor, often describes as being similar to a skunk. And the Yeti is another name for it too, is an ape-like creature purported to inhabit the Himalayan mountains range in Asia. In Western popular culture, the creature is commonly referred to as an abominable snowman. You know, in the cartoon Frosty the Snowman. Rudolph the Red-Nosed, the abominable snowman. But anyway, many dubious articles have been offered in an attempt to prove that the existence of the Yeti, including anecdotal, I cannot pronounce that word right, visual sightings, disputed video recordings, photographs, and plastered cast of large footprints. And this one here, I'm trying to read this because it's hard to read with the light in my face. So the Urin wild man is a cryptid ape man reported to inhabit mountains of regions of China. Most famously is Shanghai Forest District and Hubei Province. Sighting in the hairy man have remained constant since the I'm sorry, guys, I'm trying to read this right. Warring State period. So it's hard for me to read it, guys, because I got the light right in the face here, and it's text is small. So basically, it's saying about testimonies, and basically this is what I'm seeing here is a Chinese version. Like every culture that he's Brian, we made these pictures here. Every culture is pointing out a similar, like, this is Himalayan mountains in Asia. This is China. The Yowie. I'm sorry, Brian.
Mm-hmm. No, just saying, blame the creator, blame the person that created these slides.
No, it's not that. It's because
forgive me that.
No,
but,
it's not you. It's not your slides. Your slides are great. It's just it's like at the light position where
sure.
it's like
I
so.
understand.
This one here is a Yowie. Yowie, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, that's correct. That's if I'm not mistaken, that's the one from I think it's Australia. I think that one's an Australia one. I think that's correct. It doesn't say it on here, but I'm pretty sure it
6 foot
is.
11, 12 up to 12 feet. Yahweh's feet are described as much as larger than humans, but alleged Yahweh tracks an inconsistent shape in the toe number. That the description of the Yahweh foot and footprints provided by Yahweh witnesses even more varied by those of Bigfoot. The Yahweh nose described as wide as a flat, so it looks like a bulldog almost. And behaviorally, some reports show that Yahweh is a timid, shy. Others describe Yahweh as sometimes violent or aggressive, which I think probably in defense mode would be violently aggressive, because they don't. I've never seen heard of these things just violently go and attack people randomly. In Michigan folklore, the Michigan Dogman was alleged witness in 1887 in Wexford County, Michigan. The creature is described as a 7-foot-tall, blue-eyed or amber-eyed bipedal canine-like animal, and torso of a man, and fearsome howl sounds like the human scream. That's probably what we see, one of the things that we encountered. And gray aliens are also referred to as the Zeta Reticulations. Roswell Greys or Greys are purported extraterrestrial beings. They are frequent subjects of close encounters and alien abduction claims. The details of such claims are very widely, but the typical Greys are described as beings like human-like, with small bodies and smooth gray-colored skin, and large and hairless heads and large black eyes. So I want to point that out too. Hang on a second, guys. Let me get this on the internet, because Aleister Crowley, let me see, Aleister Crowley, alien.
Talking about the character that he summoned.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah, this
kind of looks like.
So you take a good look at that, right, and this is what Aleister Crowley, he summoned this, right, and now he made a quote too. Let me see if it's in his book, Magic Stories and Book of the Law. Quote, let me see, quote, today, I can't even type right now. Quote, aliens.
Today we call them demons.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they'll call them something else.
Today we call them demons. Yeah, it is right there. Today they call them angels and demons, and tomorrow they will call them something else. Aleister Crowley, and that was in the early 1900s. So now today's world, even the History Channel, it's like, oh, they're grays from outer space and all that, when they're actually, the Bible in Revelation 16 says, yeah, they're unclean spirits. And the thing is, the occultists even knew that back then. The secret societies knew that. They know that to this day. Of course, the world will paint it off as some kind of alien from another place to come to save mankind and all this stuff, as you see all in the movies, right? And they're going to come back. They're going to come in. It's going to be a giant so-called alien visitation, and the Pope's already prepared for this. The United Nations, they've already prepared for this. They already got this all planned out. This is going to be the Great Deception. And on TV is going to be 3 unclean spirits that look like frogs, which be like a reptilian. They're going to reveal themselves, and they're going to mislead the world. So, yeah, but don't be, don't be shamed by them. They're not aliens from outer space.
Yeah, it's interesting. Those characters look just like the ones that Scott was picking up on his footage on his video and stuff. Pretty amazing. Yeah,
and grays are typically depicted as gray skin, diminutive human being, and possess reduced forms of or a complete lack of external human body parts or noses or ears or sex organs. The body is usually depicted as elongated and have small chest and lack of muscular definition, visible skeleton structure. So basically, you can see it in the picture. So I don't have to go through all that. That's what typical gray would look like. And they said to possess, they don't talk, but they use mental telepathy. You can hear them talk, and that's how they communicate. And the fawn is a half human and half goat mythological creature appearing in the Greek and Roman mythology, which is part of. Isn't that part of Valentine's Day too?
Yeah, you're talking about Pan and all the. Yeah, it's some pretty wicked stuff with that character. What was the character? From the. There's all kinds of movies related to the goat figure man with the little pipe, playing the flute and all that stuff. So it's pretty wild stuff for sure. And then
Yeah.
you get into Isaiah 34 at one slide, Dan. That one, that somebody in the chat a while ago was talking about Lilith. That's where the screech owl is, and there's these creatures that dance. If you want to go to that slide, if you get an opportunity. But
Yep, I'm heading there now. Just like one more pin one here. In Greek mythology, it's a satire as a male nature spirit with ears and tail resembling those of a horse, and also believed to inhabit remote localities such as woodlands, mountains, and pastures, and often attempted to seduce nymphs and mortal women alike, usually with little success. So, Isaiah 13, 21, 22. But the wild beasts of the desert shall lie there, and their houses shall be full of dolent creatures, and owls shall dwell there, and the satyrs shall dance there, and the wild beasts of the island shall cry in the desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces. And her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. So that, like Brian was said, that speaking about Lilith. Which and no, Lilith was not Adam's first wife. That's Gnostics bullcrap. You know what I mean? And I can't stand anything to do with the Gnostics. Anything from Gnostics, and no, they're not Gnosis. Okay, regardless of what their name is, they are not full of light. They are not full of truth. They're full of crap. And I like to use the S word, but that's exactly what they're full of. And the Gnostics were like the Illuminati back then. They were considered like what the Illuminati is this today, is back then, Masters of disinformation, all to pollute the doctrine of Jesus Christ. That's what they were about. And no, there's nothing knowledgeable about Gnostics or the text. I wouldn't even touch. I would use it as toilet paper, plain and simple. But that's the pollution they started. They're the ones who started that whole rumor that Adam's first wife was Lilith, and she refused to succumb to him. So she turned against him. And some even say that Cain is, Adam got her pregnant with Cain. You know what I mean? Then the others say the Satan got her pregnant. You know what I mean? And there's all these kinds of, and they do this purposely because what it does is it destroys the word of God. So these people, back then, that's what they were attempting to do. Even before Jesus came, they even tried to distort Jesus before he even came into the earth. With Nimrod and Semiramis and all that. And so, and in these ages, they do the same stuff,
Absolutely.
And that's that picture of
yeah, I agree, Dan. Some very wicked things that have went on in our past history, and to continue it on.
Yep.
And I would show. I'll tell you what. I was going to show some stuff on Google Earth, but I think I'll save that for another Spiritual Warfare Friday for the Sasquatches and stuff, and collect all that data. I know we did it a couple months back.
When we do Giants, the Giants in the news show, we can do that.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll keep that one in there for sure because I want to save some time for some calls tonight.
Yeah.
And I want to make. I want to go ahead and correct something. So last Friday, there was some interesting things going on in the background on Dan's side of Rhode Island, and him and Jason decided to start throwing heaters, and I started laughing. And during the callers, which is, listen, for the record, I love hearing from you all, and I was not being rude. Toward the end, my mic become hot because Dan decided just to set me up. I'm just messing around. It was an accident, but I was referring to I had to mute myself during some of the callers because I was over here I was laughing. I didn't want y'all to hear me laughing and acting weird on the camera and just laughing out loud. So forgive me, everybody, if y'all took it the wrong way. That was not toward the callers. I encourage everybody to call. I always enjoy hearing from the callers, and it's a blessing. So just for the record, I was not being rude or I just want to be, there was nothing nefarious going on. It was literally just Dan and Jason. During the time we had John Pounders and David on, and like midway, there was a heater thrown. I don't know if they was getting into wrestling form, where Dan, I don't know if they was.
Oh, we tried to turn the heater, and what happened was, and all the bottles fell off the top of it, and it was just a disaster.
But I just want to tell you all that, for the record, I encourage everybody to call in because we are going to take calls.
And well, actually, people asking too about because me and Jason were going to tell you the encounter a couple of them at the monastery. We won't take too much time, but it was funny. And the thing is, at the end of the show, you couldn't hear me. So Brian, I was talking to Brian, and Brian was bouncing back. So yeah, I had to mute myself during the callers, but the way it sounded like he was, if it was out of context. You know what I mean? I was saying, well, that was a heater that dropped another, and he goes, yeah, I had to mute the call because I was laughing so hard because of this stuff, and had nothing to do with the callers. So don't take it that way, guys. If you heard the back, the hot mic at the end of the show, John Hall used to do that during the Rip It, man. And like, we think we're getting ready for the show, and he like turns the mics on live on the air, and we think we're just sitting there chatting with each other, and, and John's laughing. He goes, "Yeah, you guys been live for 5 minutes."
Yeah.
It's thank you, freedom, and live in truth. Yeah, he actually reminded me that me and Jason were supposed to talk about that. So, like, we won't take too much time. Then we'll take phone calls. And so, me and my brother both were ghost hunters, right? We actually owned a legit organization, like legit state. It was state certified in the whole 9 yards, right? We had a nonprofit 501c3, the whole 9 yards, and we've done work for the police department. We a couple of police departments at that, and we like 20 years. How long?
Long time.
Yeah.
Since 1994 to. Yeah, long time.
Like 2006, 2008, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So we did a lot of stuff in so there's one place in Cumberland, Rhode Island, called, it's an old monastery. It was a Brotherhood of the Knights Temple, literally. It's Cistercian monks, and they literally still got, in the old church, they still got the seals on the floor. But what they were doing in that area is like they, mining silver, but they were actually mining the Cumberlandite, which was a meteorite that crashed here, and they were mining that stuff. And we got a big...
I got an 85-pound rock of Cumberlandite.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they use in alchemy practices and all that stuff. And so, yeah, a lot of stuff with that area. But there's, the whole area is like just been, the mix of the King Philip War. That's where the 9 Men's Misery was. From the King Philip War to the monks being there with the, a lot of spiritual cross. I mean, like, you had witchcraft ceremonies, Satanism ceremonies going on there. We've seen a lot of that stuff. And
we even found a Celtic cross like a stone Celtic cross in the woods.
Yeah.
There where they did the mining.
Wow.
There's a lot of stuff in that place. But yeah, so tell them like what happened, like with that giant like thing that just ripped through the woods, literally tore through the trees and jumped on top of a trailer truck. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're at the monastery building itself. Taking the readings, like the EMF and all that.
Talking to the mic. Jason's another David Carrico. You gotta push the mic in his face.
Yeah, we're at the monastery building taking readings, EMF, and all that nonsense, and like we heard like commotion in the woods, like tree limbs breaking and whatnot. So
yeah, it was crazy, man.
So we started looking over there, and all of a sudden we just seen like these 2 red dots, and the 2 red dots started getting bigger and bigger. We noticed this big thing, coming towards us, and the thing was massive. And I think it did notice us. Notice that we noticed him, and that thing just jumped straight up from the trail, right on top of the trailer. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It didn't make a sound or anything. It was just like.
Oh yeah, and the trailer was like a tractor trailer, right? The back of it literally jumped from the ground up, and it was just us. We had about 7 people with us. We always had a big crowd, and we used to work with other paranormal companies, so we got a lot of people to test for this stuff. Andrew K. I don't have time for conspiracy theories in the chat room. I'm old school like Art Bell. Well, here's the difference between me and Art Bell. All right, I know the Bible. I know reality. Okay, I don't just put, and that's the thing with Coast to Coast. I'm not bashing them, but they'll put any crazy person on. They had a Satanist on one time and witchcraft people, and you don't even get to call and rebuke these people. So I don't do that. I tell what the Bible says. I tell the truth and historical facts. You don't want it, you don't like it. You go to another show. So if you want to deal with that, it's fine. And I screw it. Well, it constantly screws these basics up. What's the basics for you? Yeah, I don't know. There's people crazy, man. But yeah, God bless you anyway, man. So yeah, in the encounters we had was walking through the woods and all of a sudden you had this growl. It just went right through you, like this. The bass just went right through your chest. You know what I mean? It's crazy stuff, man.
It is crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's other encounters we had too. It's just like loss of time, or gain of time, things like that. And actually, the police were actually witnesses to that. So we're going to talk about that some other time. Yeah, go ahead, Jason.
Me and my uncle were in Blue Cemetery, which is also in Cumberland. There's woods in behind it. We were walking through the woods, and all of a sudden we just saw this long, really big crackling sound, coming from above us. And we just heard wings flapping. We happened to look up and notice like this thing was massive. It must have had like a 9-foot woods wingspan. It was crazy. Like I couldn't get a picture in time because too fast.
Well, even that time of night, I mean, you weren't the best one.
Wow.
So there you go again downstairs. Oh man, I gotta bite my tongue.
Yeah, we got a little background music playing. Welcome to Spiritual Warfare Friday at 11:44 p.m. We're gonna make a song. Everybody sing it together, and let the heaters hit the floor. Let the heaters hit the floor. Turn your thermostat and cool it off some more.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make you laugh, Dan.
Yeah.
But yeah, this might be the end. Because Dan's going to throw a heater again.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll take over now. There's 203 people in the chat and watching this show right now. And it's super. Look, this might be the longest show that we've done in a long time. I think it is.
Yeah, we're going on like 4 hours, man.
45 minutes. And
that's right. I could talk loud.
Yeah, and I just made that song up on the fly. So the words came to me just because I wanted to make Dan smile. So the lyrics just came through my lips, and I hadn't even put any thought into it until right now. So, and thank you, Uncle Obvious and Miss Valerie for moderating the chat. And just ignore the background music. That's how we roll. And just don't get upset, Dan. Let the heaters hit the floor. Yeah,
yeah, let the heaters hit the floor.
But do you want to take calls? Do you want to take calls, Dan? Because I'm up for calls.
Let's do this. Like, if anybody in the chat room wants to call in, Rumble or YouTube, type it out now. And if not, we'll skip the calls.
Oh, so come on. We need 2 people to say.
Yeah.
Because Dan's getting really upset. I want to call in now. Yeah.
Let the heaters hit the floor. Woo!
I'm sorry. I'm trying to laugh because Dan is having some issues right back now, and he said we talked off air about certain things, and it's really kind of aggravating him right now. So we're just going to ignore what's going on, and maybe we can.
Yep,
if
blood pressure's going through the roof. So
yeah, just everybody. Should I make an executive decision to take 2 calls?
Go ahead, man.
Because I don't know how Dan is feeling right now because he's distracted. But if anybody wants to call and literally, I would love for this show for somebody
definitely.
To call
No, let's just go all night. Let's go all night, man.
For the testimonies for their Bigfoot encounter or a dogman encounter or a UFO encounter or heck, a heater encounter. If you had a heater hit the floor during this broadcast, we don't encourage that, but that's just an inside joke because Dan and Jason like to throw the heaters. So, but yeah, if y'all want to call in and tell your experience about any of those subjects, just chime in and start chime. Oh, do you have the number, Dan? Even up in the chat, you don't.
Yeah, let me get that up here.
Yeah, pop the number in the chat, Dan, and feel free to call in.
Let's go all night, baby. Woo!
Oh. And
I can get louder than any microphone, man.
I don't
even need a mic, man. Like when I go to rallies, I don't even need a microphone. My voice could carry through the whole place.
Oh yeah, but surprisingly, Dan, I don't hear it that bad. So don't let it get up. Don't get too upset.
Yeah.
I don't hear the music too. I can't even make out the lyrics or even make it out.
It's
So
retardedness.
We'll
That's what it is.
let's just continue
Oops,
on.
I'm on top of your head.
Everybody hit that.
video.
Everybody hit that like button.
Hey, I got
Anne Marie's telling me to sing
sing a
as
song.
I make heaters hit the floor.
Keep it recording.
I think DC Cooper's an AVAC guy, so he'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, something getting recorded.
And my picture, I'm covered up. Dan's picture's over me, but that's okay. We're kind of looking like that Bigfoot picture that Scott showed earlier. When there's eyes looking through the trees, there's one above, and then there's one, a little bit lower. So
there we go. I fixed the picture. I was on top of Brian.
I'm just being sarcastic. I'm trying to make you laugh, Dan. I'm trying to distract from the situation that's been dealt over there in Rhode Island. But please call in, hit that phone number up, because I know somebody wants to talk about the Bigfoot, their Bigfoot adventure or their encounter. So
yeah, tell us your encounter, Bigfoot.
Yeah, and if you're just now tuning in at this 4-hour run, hit that like button, subscribe to the Dan Bidondi Show, and subscribe to my channel, Visual Disturbance. We really would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Seriously, the support we would love just the support. So thank you all, and welcome to the family. Welcome to the Spiritual Warfare family.
Yeah, man, you're not gonna miss something. So let me put this in the links here. So just go quick and click on that link, subscribe to Brian's channel, and come right back. So
there's somebody calling in. It's a miracle.
763, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, Dan, this is Kim Munchow.
Tim?
Me and my wife, Wendy, we called you a couple times.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, man?
Good. So she told me you got our little donation, and that went all well?
Oh, yes. To me and Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's the person who sent us money, Brian. For the donation.
Bless you, my friend. Oh, okay. I know who you are.
And
yeah.
Well, I'm an old school guy. I have a flip phone. I don't have an email, so I do stuff old school. So I wanted to send you a check instead.
Oh yeah, whatever works, man. And we appreciate anything.
Yeah, we're very blessed. Thank you.
And I had a question for Brian.
Sure.
Okay, Brian, we live in south central Missouri, and we're like at the beginning of the Ozarks. So we're wondering if you know anything about any caves or mounds or anything around this area.
Well, I've looked at it, so that's a good question. So I'll tell you another phenomenon about this narrative about Missouri.
Okay.
No joke. I was looking at stuff that there was migrations. That migrated. People came from Missouri, migrated to Kentucky. But the weird part about it is the documents was talking about literally these people just showing up in village. This is long ago. This is hundreds and hundreds of years ago. These villagers would show up and just random people, in their, it depending on the age. There was people with, men, women in the 30s with little kids. And what was so weird about the story was they had no correct. They couldn't even find their mindset wherever they came from. Some of them couldn't even speak clearly. They thought they had, some of the so-called doctors and stuff thought they had amnesia. They wasn't coherent. Some of them couldn't speak. Some of them could speak very fluent English, and some of them didn't even know where they was at, and they couldn't even like. I don't even really know. I'm still looking into it and searching it out. It kind of goes along with a lot of research with the orphan trains, et cetera, and stuff like that. But when I found out that it wasn't just a few people, it was like hundreds and hundreds of families, and there was just people that was like displaced, like they couldn't even comprehend where they came from, or where they even, in some cases didn't even have. And I thought that was baffling to me when you have a 30-something-year-old man, male or female, saying, "Hey, I don't even know where I come from," and I'm baffled by that. And that same, if you want to call it exodus, or the same migration of people coming out of Missouri, they migrated to Kentucky. And I'm still baffled by the whole story. So it gets even weirder. so-called, I guess at the time, government or whatever who was in power was really looking into the whole narrative, and they had people come out this way from my area and come out to Missouri and literally do hair samples, blood types. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is several hundreds of years ago. So I don't know if you know anything about it. I'm still looking into it. That's the wild story about Missouri that I've been kind of looking into, and I'm a little bit. I had to take a couple steps back and really put it on the shelf for a while. But since you brought it up about Missouri, I've looked into Indian mounds out that way, just because I'm just now looking into all the Missouri Indian mounds. But that story I had to put back on the shelf because it was such a touchy subject because I don't even know how to even go about it because it's just so phenomenal. Because how in the world can you not know where you're at and how you just appear out of nowhere? And there was stories of people taking people in and everything. Like they had no recollection of where they came from. So it's mind-boggling stuff, my friends. I don't know if you've ever heard that story or not, but I'm looking into it. Yeah.
Nope, I haven't heard about that, but I do know that we're in an area that has lots of caverns, and
those are correct. You're on the other side of Missouri. You're on the other side of correct. If I heard you correctly, you're more toward the. Are you toward the west end of Missouri? Correct.
I'm right in the central part. We're about 50 miles east of Springfield.
Okay. Actually, I used to have a cousin that
from the
lived.
Arkansas border.
Yeah, I used to have a cousin that lived out towards Springfield, so I kind of know where you're at. Yeah. And you like the Ozark narrative is just amazing. I mean, all the whole Ozark thing is a big deal. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to hear about the caverns.
Okay. I guess not too far from us, maybe 10, 15 miles away, there's a property that has a sinkhole where they said they still haven't found the bottom of it. And we got like 2 sinkholes on our property. We're on about 40 acres. So we're just wondering if them go down into caverns or what.
Well, do I have an echo by any chance?
Yeah, I apologize about the guys because what goes on is like the phone system we have.
Yeah,
so
okay, forgive
the
me,
people
everybody.
could hear Brian. I mean, the people can hear everybody, but Brian can't hear the call unless I put the call up to the speaker. And when he talks,
okay.
it
Everybody
backfeeds.
kept saying that. Okay.
Yeah, so that's due to the phone system because Brian can't hear the phone on his end.
Okay.
So that's why I got to put the speaker up to the microphone so Brian can hear him. But when Brian talks, he echoes because it's going through 2 microphones now. So.
Okay, so your question is about the caverns, and you're talking about your acreage and how many. If you're saying you think there's caverns underneath your property, is that if I misunderstood you, is because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah,
but,
we're just. I got like 2, they call them sinkholes on here, and we're just wondering if them go down in the caverns or not.
Well, I'll tell you this, and this is what I've looked at all this. There's caverns all through America, like tunnel systems. Ancient, they say Indians done it, but I literally, when I've looked at it and looked at the narrative, yes, Indians probably like continued the work in some cases. Yes, I have Indian documents that say yes, they would go under the ground for cataclysms, and if you got cold or whatever, they because you can go into the caverns and it's like 50 something degrees all year round in cave systems.
Yeah.
So they would go down in there just for protection from bad snows or bad stormy weather or whatever. It's like a bunker. So what I've looked at is the Nephilim, the giants have bored out a lot of these man-made caverns, but then like the Indians and stuff just continue on the tradition and dug out and started carving more things out. So it's a crazy stuff. I mean, but I'm 100% sure based on what I used to do is for a living. Whenever I heard the narrative of all these semi-truck drivers driving all over the country underground, not only you got caverns like you're referring to, but you have underground highways and underground subways. I mean, it's phenomenal. It's just insane. But the caverns that you're talking about, just walking to and fro, when we did last week's show, I mentioned about the in 2017 in these national parks and stuff, they was putting these big iron bars up, and I'm very baffled about the whole Ozark narrative in general. with the Navy, everybody that's retiring, a lot of Navy officers, etc., are going out there. It's mind-boggling because of the so-called, what is it, the new White House, so to speak, or whatever it's supposed to be up on top of the mountain up there. I can't remember what state it's in, but it's like a huge facility. It can take an F5 tornado, all these earthquakes, etc., and it's a higher elevation point in the Ozarks, and it blows my mind. There's less people out in the certain parts of the western of the Americas than there is on the east and the west coast. You know, it's right in the middle. You know, I know you got all these different things, Yellowstone, etc. But the caverns, I've heard it just depends on the state. Some of them are honeycomb. There's like a there's tons of them. I mean, it would take forever. And then when I look at Mammoth Cave out my way, I heard they all interconnect. And that's what baffles my mind. When I think about that, and I think about earthquake activity and seismic activity, continental drifting, plates moving, and what you've been taught is what I'm saying. But when I look at that narrative and look at how does these things stay intact, and then everything on the top is moving, you know, and then like you have sinkholes, etc. And I have a whole nother take on the sinkholes. I think it's something way beyond. It's not. I don't think yes, there's water. Yes, I understand a lot of water entrapment, but where's the water come from? You got primary water. So primary water is a whole nother topic in itself that's not even been tapped into in America. And then you have these highways and everything. How is this all even there? So I hope that answers your question. I believe, yes, the whole Ozark has a ton of caverns. Indians all knew it. They still use it. Especially the Navajo Indians and stuff out there. Where am I at here? Out toward, not Cheyenne Mountain, but a little bit further west, closer to Utah. But I know that those caverns are there, but I can't really prove how many there is. But I can assure you, there's a ton underneath America, and I know that they know it, but I just don't. People just don't think about it. Hope that answers your question.
Okay. I just wanted to tell you I really enjoyed your conversation on the coffee convo this last time.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to tell you guys God bless you.
Yeah, God bless you too.
We're praying for you every day.
Thank you. We need it, especially in this place.
Yeah.
So I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I was really curious about that question, and I think he pretty much answered it.
Well, I appreciate your call and the support and all that good stuff for you and the missus there. Thank you guys so much.
And I'll keep looking into the Missouri.
Welcome, and whenever we can, we're going to support you again.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And have a blessed Shabbat, brother.
All right. You have a good night, and God bless you.
You too.
God bless you, man.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
So we got two other people that called too. So what we do, guys?
We always have the good callers call in. I'm telling you, I always love the callers.
If you call and like no answer, just don't call back. I got your number on screen, so basically I'll call you back. So this way we could get to every call. So we got two other people here that called. So let's call them a 785 number here.
Dan, I can barely hear you.
Hi, this is Dan Bidondi. You're on the air. What's your name?
Mark.
Hey, Mark. How you doing, man?
Turn the thing down.
Sure.
Doing good. You guys doing all right?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Mark.
Yeah, I had something come to mind here about Genesis chapter 6 and Genesis chapter 1, and how, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, good. All right, well, in there, in chapter 1, he talks about, I was just kind of reading it when you come in there, well, it's about creating man in chapter 1, verse 26, right? I don't know if you will pull it up, but anyway, he talks about that. And then he takes his rest right there at the beginning of it. And then he says, let me see what it says there.
Would you say Genesis 6?
Well, Genesis chapter 1 and chapter 2. But I was just kind of going off what you guys was talking about, Genesis chapter 6 of these Nephilim mating with men, right? But we've left out some important information because in the churches we've been told that the earth was created in 6 of our days, right? The formation of earth. And it doesn't really imply that if you look in a couple places. You can see hundreds of years taking place to see that stuff took place. But what I'm saying, when you jump from chapter 1 men to chapter 2 men, he says he still didn't have anybody to till the earth. So Christ kind of talks about, not one of this generation will perish before the Son of Man comes, right? And we've always had in our mind that he was talking about, just those people that was in his day. But if you really look at things with the timing, the length of days that come forth, they, like the millennial reign, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, that's 1,000 years, right? But if you look at Isaiah chapter 18, he talks about when I take my rest. Now, he's not talking about taking a rest each day because he's changing things in there. The whole chapter is about when he takes this millennial reign or, rest or Sabbath, whatever you want to call it, the same one he does in chapter 2 of Genesis, right? So this space between chapter 1 of Genesis and chapter 2 of Genesis is 1,000 years in between there. And the church this is really at the hands of God, really, because he's orchestrating this whole thing. There's all kinds of Bible verses, and it's just getting those times where things are going to get strange, all I can say. But, so, it talks about the Nephilim meeting with the sons of men. Well, these other ones is probably a more primitive man, you know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't able to till the ground, so God created a second generation of man, like Jesus said, well, this generation of man, wouldn't perish because that's the one here taking up the 6,000 years stretched between chapter 2 till whenever it starts again. You see, does anybody follow me on that? Brian, you understand that?
Yep.
Yeah, it just hit me that, well, that would maybe make those creatures a little different looking than what we're imagining. Because they'd be more like those, like the Bigfoots, and maybe those are the first men, the first generation of man and woman. And then whatever the Nephilim was like, these spirits, whatever, the angels that fell to earth. So really, if you look at the cosmology of the earth, you could get, or the age, because the Bible says it's 4,004 years, but really we're right at about the 13,000 mark in this time frame, because if you just took chapter 1 is 6,000 years, and then add the 1,000 in between there in verse 2, and then the, where we're at currently, about 6,025 years or so, by what we know, it'd be a lot older.
Well, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I can't say I support any of that because I really I'm not an expert by all means, but I really studied Genesis in depth to the cosmology and all that. So, no offense to you, man. I can't say I support any of that. And that to me is just a theory. But I go soundly by scripture. You know what I mean? So I would have to look into that before I even remotely say, all right, that's cool, whatever. But so that's something I would have. If you want to send it to me, fine, and I'll study it and see what's up. But I'm getting a lot of comments from people that are saying that you sound like you're all over the place. No offense here, and that's not scriptural, So, but if you want to send me something, email me truthradioshow@outlook.com. Send me, and I'll look into it. But I mean, other than that, I can't support any of that. And and to me, like if something's not biblical, I'm not going to allow it to be broadcasted. So, and no offense against you, man. So.
No, that's all right. I mean, I was just contemplating that because really, if you look at chapter 1.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but if you want to email me something on that, that's fine.
You're not really taking involved the other stuff. I mean, I know my scripture's pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll send you something you can.
All right.
Look at it.
Well, I appreciate it, and God bless you, brother.
People haven't thought of that kind of stuff before.
Yeah.
It's in there, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's that scripture. All right, guys.
All right.
Well,
thank you.
good show.
You too. God bless you.
Be blessed. Thanks for calling.
Bye.
All right. So, yeah, guys, I can't support any of that because, to me, it just sounds like, and I'm not claiming to be an expert at all. And God bless the caller there. God bless you. And so just send me something, email, and then we'll talk about it. But, yeah. And Sumerian systems equal 4 Luciferian system. Was there
one more call?
Mike Yeshatan, I think. I went... And I want to tell that to people out there. The gematria system, the numerology, please, by all means, I've studied that myself. Don't take it as gospel because you can literally make up any number to do anything you want with gematria. It's literally that way. You know what I mean? We understand the elite work with numbers and certain dates and all that, understand. But don't take gematria as something gospel. That's where the New Age crap comes in with the Pythagorean stuff and the angels with the numbers. Don't take it as gospel. There's a lot of truth to it, but there's a lot of bull crap to it too. So let's go to this other caller here. 984. I'm sorry, guys. I just have to be honest. That's all. You know what I mean? Because if I'm not honest, I shouldn't be doing a show like this. I have to stick according to the scripture. Hey, this is Dan. How you doing? You're live on the air. What's your name?
Hi, guys. This is Chloe.
Hi, Chloe.
Hello, Chloe.
I'm in the chat as not Nephilim.
No, I'm sorry.
I just wanted
to...
okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I had a story I wanted to share.
Sure.
About my own personal Nephilim Raphaim experience. And it's not as cool as me seeing one personally in person. However, I have experienced them on a spiritual level on the astral plane.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to lucid dreaming and sleep paralysis.
Yep.
This was something that I'd struggled with for a very long time, ever since I was a child, right? And before I was saved, I was an atheist, so I was involved in all manner of miscellaneous wickedness and things like that. So when I started the process of being saved, with Jesus Christ coming out and finding me, the lost sheep, I noticed that my dreams started getting very hostile, right? And I experienced a lot about the lucid dreaming. And I say this just in case anyone else is struggling with this, if you're new or even if you're still struggling with it now. What happened to me when I encountered my very first Nephilim that I now know was a Nephilim spirit was the very first time I ever questioned any kind of entity that I came across on the astral plane, whether or not they were hostile or friendly. I remember I was lucid dreaming, and I used to go all over the place when I was lucid dreaming. I would go here, go there, and I would encounter entities, and I would befriend them. However, I started to question whether or not they were friendly, and then they turned extremely hostile. And I remember being filled with a sense of fear encountering them once they were confronted. So once I was able to acknowledge that they were real and that there may be a hostility to them, they in turn attacked. And as I started down the path of salvation and coming to the truth in Jesus Christ, they continued to be hostile. And I was so confused, and I was so devastated because I was like, what on earth is going on? I was terrified to go to sleep at night sometimes because I didn't want to deal with them. They would come to me, and they're all manner of miscellaneous Nephilim characteristics. Some of them had, rows of teeth that weren't supposed to be there. Some of them had tails. Some of them had multiple eyeballs, things like that. All the things that we know to be characteristic of the hybrids, right? And I would call them out on it and rebuke them in the name of, I use Yeshua, but Jesus Christ works as well, if you know who he is. And they would leave immediately. And I remember crying and pleading to God, how can I fix this? What can I do? What are you trying to teach me? And he said to me, you need to guard your gate. You need to watch what you're watching, watch what you're reading, watch what media you're consuming. And so I started doing that, and eventually they gradually let up. But I saw them, you guys. I've seen them on the astral plane. They are exactly the way that they are in physical life. They have the same very strange hybrid characteristics as Bigfoot, as Mothman, as various other cryptids. They got weird eyes. They got like 5 hands.
Hey,
6
Chloe.
fingers, 6 toes.
Chloe, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Are you on speaker?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You come in good, but people say it's a little muffled, but we can still understand you, though. So I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Okay, I can speak a little louder.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I just want to let everyone know that I've experienced these Nephilim and Rephaim on the astral plane as well. And they are indeed exactly like how they are in real life. Once they die, they seeketh rest and findeth none. And if anyone is indeed struggling with sleep paralysis and seeing these things show up in your dreams while you're asleep, just stay strong, have faith, guard your gates is a very big thing that you can do, for sure. They will attack, and they will attack hard because they always want to go after a child of God.
Yep.
But have faith, pray. They will eventually flee. They have to, for he has the name, to everything under the earth and above and on will bow down to. So just stay strong, stay grounded in prayer, cry out to the Most High, and they will flee.
Hey, Chloe, you don't still do that, do you?
Oh, absolutely not.
All right, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because years ago when I was studying into that stuff, and I learned the quick and fast way not to do that. But a lot of people still do that, thinking it's okay. But I'm glad you learned by experience yourself. So God bless you.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Praise God. He's the one that brought me out of it. It no longer even happens to me anymore.
Amen.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you, brothers, for the show tonight.
You as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Bless you. Bless you.
God bless.
God bless. Shalom. That'll probably be it for the phone calls because we're 4 hours and 20 minutes now. So my brother's like over here falling asleep.
I learned very quickly.
Hold on, Jason. Let me turn your microphone on. Sorry, you guys, for the echoes. It's just like we got to work out the phone system somehow. Go ahead, Jason.
I learned very quickly about the witchcraft stuff. Even when I used to, sometimes I fall asleep in class when I was in high school.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, Jason. 253, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, this is DC Cooper. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, DC?
Hey, DC.
How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty awesome.
Hanging in there.
A little bit better now, but...
Yeah, I just wanted to call in and shed some of that salt and light. So, hallelujah. Follow the commandments and shed that light of the world, Jesus Christ. So we're just gonna be Shabbatin' and Shaloming, and they hating, trying to catch me resting dirty, trying to catch me resting dirty. We're throwing heaters.
Throw those heaters across the floor.
Hallelujah. I hope you all have a blessed Shabbat.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Yeah. And my little one wanted to say something to the remnant.
Sure.
God bless you. Shabbat shalom.
Oh, that's cute. God
too,
bless you
kiddo.
too.
Be blessed.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so I won't take up any more of your time there, but just wanted to say God bless you, brothers, and thank you for all you're doing. And that was a great show, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, man. And God bless
Yeah.
you, little one there.
I'm Aurora.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, bless you, DC Cooper, man.
Thank you, and my name's Aurora.
She's
All
cute.
right, well, you brothers have a fantastic Shabbat.
You too.
You do the
Shabbat shalom.
same. Shabbat shalom, my friend.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, no, the awesome calls, and I want to elaborate too on the dream there, with the trip. What's that called? I'm like just burned out today, guys. I'm sorry. The weather and plus problems going on and all that stuff. So, yeah, I'll just wait till next time. So, Jason, I'm sorry. You talk about.
Yeah, when I was studying witchcraft and when I was in high school and whatnot, I used to, basically what got me out of it is like, even in the classroom in high school, I'd fall asleep and have those dreams like really bad, and I couldn't wake up, and I could hear the bell ringing, I could hear everybody around me, but I couldn't wake up, so I got out of that really quick.
Yeah. And those dreams when you could, control yourself. That.
So after that, I just took all the books I had, whatever, burned everything, destroyed everything. Yeah. And they just, over time, they slowly faded. Never got them again.
Yeah, I remember that. And yeah, we, both of us went through that stuff before, and I got out of it quicker than you did, and that's because one of our uncles, he was like very inspirational to us, so he kept him and my cousin involved it longer, and it took them. It's all of us have their own journey, that we learn from. It took them a little bit longer to learn, but but either way, thank God they're both out of that. So all three of them are out of it too, and so it's just like I guess when we're younger, it's like a fad that you just want to do something, belong to something, whatever the case, and not understand what you're doing. So of course you get involved with the cultic stuff and all that. Yeah, and that lucid dreams, I couldn't remember the names. So lucid dreams, I mean, I used to have those a lot. And yeah, those and that's funny when Chloe said that when she confronted them, right? They'll tell you that's in the New Age. Works with the New Age, right? The New Age movement in churches, they'll say, "Oh, these are cosmic beings, cosmic guides, spiritual masters," and they'll, this goes into the whole again New Age stuff too, and New Age spiritualism, and they'll say that cosmic guides and masters, and they'll always say one is Jesus Christ, and I think his name is Kadal. Oh man, if I can remember, I got to do a show on this. I'm just doing a study now on all the New Age stuff, but I mean, to get everything down pat. Dewal Kandili, I think his name is. I probably butchered his name, but I don't care. It's a demonic spirit. You know what I mean? So it presents to be Jesus, to you, and it'll appear to you to be Jesus, tell you stuff, and you feel spiritual enlightenment, but it's not. You know what I mean? And they're all good spirits, supposedly, right? Then when you actually confront them, you learn real quick they're not good spirits. Now, here's the thing: the Bible says to challenge every spirit, right? So if it's a real angel of God or something of God, right? You challenge it, it's gonna hold firm. So when you challenge these unclean spirits and demonic creatures and these familiar spirits that present to be good, right? When you challenge them, they're going to turn ugly and fast and quick. That's how you know a real entity or a real angel from God or of the devil, seriously. So when you learn that the hard way, when you actually challenge these people, they don't like to be challenged. God's angels love to be challenged. And they'll tell you right out, don't worship me. Every time you read in the scripture, right? With angels, they've never give you codes. They never put numbers in your head. And they say, 444 or 77 or 1111. They don't do that stuff. Every time God's angels appear to man, when the person just fell to their face, worship him, right away they tell him, get up, don't worship me, I'm just a messenger. And they say, we are angel of the Lord, and here's the message, direct message. He didn't give you codes and symbols to figure out. The angel told you directly what the message is. You know what I mean? That's angel of God, and it's welcome to be challenged. So if you say, in the name of Jesus, if you're not, if you're an unclean spirit, I rebuke you. If it's of God, I'll say, thank you for doing that. You know what I mean? They want you to challenge it. You know what I mean? But these ugly, unclean spirits, they don't like to be challenged. And when they do challenge them, oh, man, they look like a 5-year-old in the temper tantrum. You know what I mean? That's how they operate. They'll present to you, oh, so good, so full of light, illumination, ooh, you know what I mean, illuminate the soul, ooh. Then, well, yeah, and then that problem is illumination, and it actually provides darkness in that realm. Same thing with the back to the Gnostic stuff, too. Yeah, they claim to be a Gnosis of light illumination, the Illuminati, the illuminated ones. Yeah, and the Freemasonry, yeah, the same thing. They promise you light, right? And there goes, President Jackson, I think it was it Jackson? Andrew Jackson said that, or was it John Quincy Adams? One of them said that, talk about the Masonry, they promise light but produce darkness. Exactly what they do. All these things do, you know what I mean? The only light, all right, you're not going to get from anywhere. I know Manly P. Hall, he wrote The Lost Keys of Freemasonry. In his book, he talked about to accept any light, the light of Lucifer as well, and any that bears light to accept it as truth, right? Even of Lucifer. And Aleister Crowley talked about Lucifer too, and all these cats did, you know what I mean? The light of Lucifer, right? There's no light of Lucifer, it's a false light, you know what I mean? The only light comes from the scriptures, from the word of God, or God himself, or one of his angels, or Jesus, you know what I mean? All in the Holy Spirit. He's the one that teaches you, writes the word of God upon your heart, you know? So, and remember, these demons, these unclean spirits, they know the Bible very well. They know it better than you. And they'll recite this, that, and the other thing just to confuse you. But when you challenge it, boom. And I don't need to repeat myself, guys. Yeah. Anything else you want to talk about, Brian, before we head out?
This has been a really long show.
Yeah.
And I'm very blessed to be part of it. And, thanks to Scott Carpenter for coming on. And
yeah.
Thank you and Jason. Bless you too. And
we'll keep rocking till the sun comes out.
Yeah. There's a spiritual warfare marathon, just one show, 4 different shows in one, right? That's what we'll do all the way to the sunset.
Oh, we got another call. You want to take one more?
Let's take one more call.
All right, last call here. 207, you're on the air. What's your name?
Will.
Hello?
Yeah, this is Will.
Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
Hey, hanging in there. How are you guys?
Oh, pretty good.
Hello, Will.
Rocking
this is my first time catching your show. I'm glad
thank
I did.
you. Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
I just wanted to get back to that second caller you had that was going to send you the information about the 13,000 years or whatever. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I know you've done a lot more studying than I have, but isn't the second chapter of Genesis pretty much going back over the first chapter?
Yes.
With more detail?
Yes.
Am I mistaken?
Nope. Yeah, and I wanted to tell him that too. You're exactly right, because what it does is the first chapter gives the bullet points, and then the second chapter gets into the details of each bullet point. You know what I mean? And then you notice that Revelation too, the Book of Revelation, it does the same exact thing. It gives you the bullet points.
I found it with with a lot of the different books. They have a tendency for redundancy, and I think that's on purpose.
Yeah.
More, I'm hard-headed, sometimes I need to hear it twice.
Me too.
But I just wanted to add that in just in case you had a few people that maybe didn't quite know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
But that's how I always interpreted it. Like I said, I'm fairly new. I've always been raised a Baptist. I was raised a Baptist. I'm more non-denominational now, but I'm in my late 30s, and I'm just now getting back into the Bible, and it's just it's unbelievable how much I've missed.
Yeah.
By not, I luckily, and I say this wholeheartedly, I was forced to go to church when I was a kid, and I think more kids should be forced to go to church, and it's pitiful to go to my church now, and and because it's a 503B, it's the only reason it's still around.
Yeah.
And that's more or less why I was calling in, and I'm definitely going to become a weekly subscriber, and I think you guys should keep it up, man.
Thank you.
I'm right into this stuff, and
you know what that was?
Too much.
when that guy was talking, you know what you experienced? When that guy was talking and that popped into your head, that's the word of the God written upon your heart. The Holy Spirit writ that upon your heart, because nobody would just recall that like you just did, and that's how you know the Holy Spirit is with you, because when he was talking that that came right to your mind, right?
It did first thing.
So that's the Holy Spirit, and that's the Holy Spirit working to rebuke that kind of stuff. You know, it's funny too, and I'm sure you could relate to this, right? I can't just sit there and just like quote things from the Bible, right? It has to be random, like
I gotta read it.
Yeah, or like in this case, you're trying to defend, right? Somebody said something false, and you right away corrected it. So that's how you know the Holy Spirit's working.
Exactly, and I'm still debating the whole, young Earth. I'm married to a scientist, so it's kind of hard with her. She's a Catholic, and God bless her. I mean, she comes to church with me anytime I ask her. It's not a big deal. I mean, we're raising our son to choose on his own. Luckily, he chose to go my way. Thank the Lord on that. But I've always been a skeptic, and I didn't really know why until I got into my, like I said, mid-30s or so, and I've dug right back into this, and I can't get enough of it. The more information, the better.
Oh, it's it's a drug. It's a drug.
It is, and I had a problem with that in my past. I swear to God, I wouldn't give any of it up. It's led me to where I am now, and biblically, I have no problem going to bed tonight. Chloe, the other caller, I have no issue. I think I'm defended. I don't think that the whole astral plane, that's way above my head, granted, but I've never had a bad dream like that. I've never had instances like that, and I think there's a reason. I've always been a believer. I wasn't always a churchgoer. I drifted, but I always believed, and I've made it out of some really, really sketchy situations that I probably should have never, ever made it out of. And all you can attribute it to is God. And I hope that guy doesn't take offense to what I just said, but hopefully maybe he'll open his Bible up. And somebody has never said that to him, but it was always taught to me that it was chapter 2 was a retelling of chapter 1, and with more bread and butter, I guess.
Yes. And like I said, the book of Revelation is the same way. The first half is basically laying bull points, and it gets into it again. It sounds like it's repeating, but it's not. And it has to do that because, like you said, we're all stubborn, all of us. And that's why Jesus also talked in parables. He told you what they meant, right? Then he went into a parable about it, 2 or 3 parables sometime, so you could not possibly misunderstand him. You know what I mean? And because he knew people of all generations would read this. In the future and all that. So he spoke in parables, and same thing with the scripture. It's written that way purposely, like you said, because it cannot possibly be mistranslated. It's clear as day when you read it in context. That's the important thing, is reading in context. And you pulled that out. The Holy Spirit told you in your heart. That's what happens to me. I mean, normally I can't say, this chapter says that, but in defense of the Bible, it pops out of my head, because the Holy Spirit's in there working through you. And thank you for your call and everything, and
absolutely.
Keep up the great work, brother.
Yeah, and you guys as well. And I hope to be able to support you guys, financially, if we get into a little bit better situation.
Your prayers are more important, brother.
All right, man. Well, hey, you guys, I've never had anybody have my same take on the Nephilim, the UFO thing. You guys nailed it. Like I only caught the last 45 minutes of the show, and I was like, I'm very upset that I didn't catch it from the beginning.
Yeah,
and,
sorry.
I'm sure once you're done, I can go back and
absolutely. Go check it out. It's a long one. It's the longest one we've ever done on here.
You guys are few and far between nowadays.
Thank you. And God bless you, brother.
Yeah, bless you.
Yes, you too. And tell your partner the same. I'll speak with you guys hopefully again soon.
Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless.
Bye.
God bless.
Yeah, good show, man.
Super cool. Super cool callers. Yeah, this has been the longest Spiritual Warfare Friday up to date.
Yeah, it is 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, but...
a part of history.
Yeah, Jason, you're part of history.
But yeah, we're very blessed to have Scott Carpenter on, and yeah, thank you for all the calls too, everybody. Thanks for calling in, and what a blessing. Got some new people here, the last caller. So God bless you all, and it's been a blessing. It's been a blessing, Dan, Jason.
Prayer. Did you recheck the survey? Did you recheck the survey?
Oh, it's ended. Oh. Yeah, the poll we had earlier. But yeah, check it out at the beginning of the show. We had a little poll going on. But yeah, Brian, because right now I don't have a clear head right now. Could you do a prayer for us on the way out?
Yeah. Did you say you want me to do it, or do you?
Yeah,
you want me to do
I'm sorry, because right now I'm just trying to calm down from earlier.
Oh, so, you're still on the heater issue. Okay. Yeah, I can lead us out in prayer for sure. Yeah. Dear Father in heaven. Just thank you for this broadcast. Thank you for Brother Dan and Jason, and thank you for Scott Carpenter coming on here with us. Bless us, Lord. Just prepare our hearts for the things that's coming up on the earth. Give us strength. Give us courage. Pray that we all hold on to the garment of Jesus, and that we just walk that narrow path. And I pray, Lord, for this broadcast. I pray for all of us here in the chat, and pray for good health and just a good Sabbath coming up and a good weekend. And just bless this next week coming up. And just thank you for all that you do, Father. Bless us and guide us and direct us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, man. So that being said, guys, thank you, Jason, for jumping on here and all that. And check out Jason and Brian's channel and subscribe to them, please. And so, yeah, thank you.
And bless you, Eric, for donating at the end.
Yes, thank you.
God bless you.
And guys, check us out, truthradioshow.com. And hang on a second, let me get my tonight, the Midnight Ride, who actually is tonight, it's Saturday, 11 p.m. Eastern. You'll catch the Midnight Ride with John Pounders and David Carrico, which were on last week on that show. Yep.
And I have an announcement too. I have an announcement to get on here real quick. Forgive me, Dan. I'm actually been honored to be on the FOJC Radio Sunday Night Live on Sunday night.
Oh, nice.
It's going to be on Rumble. I don't have a link yet, but we are going to be talking about Indian mounds and all kinds of good stuff with that. So come check me out. I got a co-host that's going to be with me. His name's Brett Graham. We did a Elon Musk show together, but it's going to be on the Rumble channel. It's going to be really cool on FOJC Radio Sunday Night Live. So go check that out when y'all get an opportunity. It's going to be pretty epic. So I'll have the link up tomorrow, but it'll be on Sunday Live. So I'll be hosting it. So live. So yeah, it'll be a blessing. So thanks and shout out to David Carrico for allowing me to do it. So it's gonna be a treat. So.
All right, so that being said, guys, have a blessed Shabbat, and we'll see you on the Midnight Ride, 11 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow night, Saturday night. So God bless, shalom, and you are the resistance.